Thank you, all. Just this evening, I want to thank House Pueblo for hosting us tonight for tonight's meeting. Very honored.
This meeting is being recorded.
Very honored to be here, and we all look forward to this meeting here with House Pueblo. We are here for a Taos Municipal School Board of Education regular board meeting. Today is Wednesday, November 5th, 2025. For the record, it is 6:08 p.m. I would like to call this meeting to order. Can you please get a roll call?
President Flores,
Present.
Vice President Sprague. Present. Secretary Tejeda. Present. Board Member King.
Here.
Board Member Concha. Here.
Item 3 is the pledge of allegiance. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Superintendent Higgins.
Today we have Diego Valdez. We're gonna be joining us in the pledge. Diego, you wanna come up?
We'll turn the Superintendent readings.
All right, Diego, he is a freshman at Taos Cyber Magnet. He attended Enos Garcia Elementary and the Nancy Charter. Member of Taos Swim Sharks Swim Club, and the Taos High School Junior Varsity Cross Country Team. His hobbies include fishing, hunting, and pickleball. Some of his principal notes is that he loves to create things using Legos and different kinds of papers. He made paper planes with various designs and tried them all to see which one flies higher and further. He used his knowledge in science from aerodynamics, gravity, and design in his project. He could be an aerodynamic specialist someday. So tonight we have Diego Valdez. They're the pledge of allegiance.
So we can all please stand and the flag is here to my right.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Diego.
Item 4 is our land acknowledgement statement. It is respectful to recognize the unique and enduring relationships that exist between indigenous people and their traditional territories. We acknowledge that we are on the historic homeland of the Red Rural people within the original territory of Taos Pueblos. This acknowledgement will oblige as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to respectfully recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Red Willow people whose land and water we benefit from in this great valley today. Item 5 is approval of the meeting agenda. Do we have any proposed or recommended changes to the agenda? I have not been advised of any. At this time, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a second. Open the roll.
Board Member Concha. Yes. Board Member King.
Yes.
Secretary Tejeda. Yes. Vice President Sprague. Yes. President Flores.
Yes. Follow next is public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak during public comment or anybody signed up to speak? And we do have a few individuals here. We got Mary Martinez. Mary Martinez is present. Oh, okay. Next we have Sarah Dent.
They found out with the sign-in sheet.
Oh, my apologies.
I really do, just.
So if nobody is in the audience wishing to speak during public comment, we'll go ahead and move forward from that. Your name was Dexter A. Or you. Item 7 is the consent agenda. We have one item under the consent agenda, 7.1. Approval of the board minutes for the regular board meeting held on October 22nd, 2025. Do we have a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance from the regular board meeting of October 22nd, 2025. A second.
We have a motion from Vice President Spring, and second from Secretary Tejeda. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha.
Yes.
Board Member King.
Yes.
Secretary Tejeda.
Yes.
Vice President Sprague.
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Item 8 is presentations. Our first presentation is 8.1. House Pueblo presentation, House Pueblo tribal government.
My name is Max, my daughter, Lieutenant Governor. Here for, welcome all of you. First time I've been here, so, really an honor to be here. Thank you.
Very, very honored to be here. To be the president of all of our Pueblo representatives. You know, it's fitting and historically, we're very honored to have a prayer said. Can we ask him a prayer?
Sure.
While we're here in your third, we all look nice.
Bueno, dan kristalna med och så med ögonen och så med ögonen och för den där man får det till en stor trevare. Vi finner det att jag är flyende people and very on them från barna jag tror igen och det var det nästan jag gör det med och men det är men
One thing that I would like to speak of, we've been for the last couple of years working very, well, I would hope that we're working very strongly on our end to foster a good relationship with House Pueblo. I know that we can always do better on our end, and there's always a lot of work to be done. So I just want to continue to extend our hand to be able to work with tribal government. Mr. Lujan.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Vernon Lujan. I'm chairman of the Board of Education here at Fort Worth House. In Palma. I would be meant to have a and the park and we're going to Glenroy, Chewy, and been a car coming to the good line in China activity. Mount by in Hawaii, the Puan, looking around the tall and Queen and girl, beautiful, boy, I'm not being in line. So, I'd like to thank everybody for being here tonight. And Governor Boyette, Chair Flores, as Chair, Secretary, and board members, welcome to House Pueblo. This is one of our newer, nicer buildings. We have a lot of old buildings, but this is one of the nicer ones, newer. And we're working quite extensively on economic development, as you can see when you drove here. You saw the old library property. All the buildings are gone and it's laid bare right now. And we're gonna pretty soon start a hotel there. And we're getting ready to work on the infrastructure. It takes a lot of money and a lot of Pueblos don't have that money. We are considered a gaming tribe, but little casino that breaks even. We're glad about that. We want to provide more economic opportunities for our people. We have health issues that we need to address. We have addictions, we have diabetes, we have high blood pressure. It's due to change in diets, so to speak. Back when we switched from our traditional diet of deer and elk and bison and plants that we grew and gathered to McDonald's and Guadalajara Grill and those places that took a toll on our bodies. And so now we're dealing with diabetes and other ailments. We have the clinic over here to the south of us, and we're grateful for that. And we're behind us over here, we're building 25 new homes for small families who want, um, 4, maybe 5 member families we're trying to provide homes for here at Pueblo, you know, in the town of Taos where you guys live and the surrounding communities. There's also a housing need. It's very hard to build nowadays, especially with the tariffs and the cost of materials and supplies and the lack of labor. You know, we don't have this skilled workforce like we used to in the past. You know, men coming home from the armed services, you know, with skills that they shared with the community to build houses and plumb and electrify them. And so we're striving for that now with our educational programming here at the Pueblo. We have the education and training department there on Star Road. It's called the Red Willis Center, and we have ladies like Chinoa here who works at UNM Taos, and we have Renita who's in the schools, and we have staff at the Red Willis Center who provides tutoring for our children, and we're glad to have Naomi on the board. And we have that voice now that we much needed in the past, and still would like to just have our own seat on the board one of these days, where we don't have to put you know, have somebody run the position. Because this past couple of years we're lucky with Naomi because she ran unopposed, and that doesn't happen that often. Mr. Romero, Patrick Romero back there ran unopposed several years ago, and he represented the Pueblo, but it's intermittent, that representation that we have on the board. And as you know, we have over 200 students from the Pueblo attending schools in the Taos Valley, at the municipal schools and at the charter schools and some of the private schools that are in the valley. So we're well represented at the schools, but we also want to make sure that our students are successful. And we're kind of sort of glad for the Martinez Yazi lawsuit and the decision that came out of that. And right now we've been working with the state public education department. I was at a couple meetings a couple weeks ago in Milwaukee and Albuquerque. We've been working with the PED to try to formulate a good plan, implementation plan for that lawsuit. And the legislation that developed out of it, because what it's requiring schools to do is to provide more accountability. And we've been working with the Taos Municipal School all these years to, as far as I've been there, to develop a relationship with them that has been beneficial for both of us, you know, the town, the school district, and the public children. And it's reflected in our calendar, your school calendar, you know, this past November 3rd, you guys had the day off, and that was nice, but that was also because we had some cultural experience here at the Pueblo. We're really glad that you guys recognize our cultural activities. You know, on San Geronimo Day, September 30th, we gave the staff and kids the day off as well, so they could participate and come up here. And I know that some people do come up, bring their kids, and some teachers do come up. We kind of got away from doing some cultural sensitivity training, but I'd like to get back to that again. Ms. Mondrigan, she's looking at me like, sit down already. It's good to work with you, Netta, and Renita, and yeah, we've been working with all levels, as I mentioned, from our early childhood center here at the Pueblo to Head Start and kindergarten day school serves, kindergarten through, 8th grade. 6th grade, sometimes they don't have enough kids. And then they transition to the top schools. A few go to Santa Fe Indian School and to other schools in the area, but, for the most part, they go to the schools here in town. And we want to make sure that we keep working together to make everybody successful, all our kids, yours and ours, they're entitled to it. As you know, there's some things going on in Washington that aren't good for anybody's family. And we need to inform them that they need to get off their high horses and, get back in the trenches and start working for people who put them there. Because as you saw yesterday, people are upset and they're gonna start voting, reflecting that anger that they have, that frustration and that worry that how are they gonna feed their children, And that's really important nowadays because, it's a well-known study that a well-fed student is more likely to concentrate better in school than one that isn't, and one that gets a lot of rest and goes home, and one that doesn't have like issues with the family that they have to deal with. So those are all things that we're trying to address here at Pueblo as well. Families that are, kids that are growing up with their grandparents, because their parents are incarcerated or they have an addiction or they're rehab or something, and they end up with their grandparents. We have a lot of those kids, and it's unfortunate because kids need their parents, and we want to keep our families together. And the only way we're going to do that is to educate them and to provide opportunities where they can go to a good school, get a good education, participate in extracurricular activity, whether it's debate team or football or things like that. And then we want to see them go to UNM Towns so they can go under Shanoa's wing and she can help them get an AA or a certificate. And then go further, because the sky's the limit once you start opening those doors. We appreciate that you open your doors to our children, and tonight we open our doors to you. So have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. You spoke about the Taos Municipal Schools calendar and its recognition of your cultural days. I happened to sit in a meeting with the town, and it was discussed how the Pueblo has you have your Blue Lake celebration and your cultural days, and that kind of crosses with the start of school. And I wanted to just bring that up so that hoping that maybe next year when we start our school calendar, it could follow after those cultural days. And if you could share with me what those days are so we could take a note. So when we start to develop next year's calendar, it's my hopes that the school district can work with the tribe and start school after those days so your students don't miss.
Okay, well, with Lieutenant Governor's permission, it's usually in the latter part of August, around the 20th. It just depends on, how our traditional calendar is set, but usually around the 20th, and it's 3 days for the pilgrimage, but then there's also other related days for preparation, other ceremonies that occur thereafter. And we have been working with the calendar committee. I've sat on some of them. I don't know that we've sent anybody this year, but we have been trying to push your school start date back, and you've been cooperative, but we're still you guys still start before we have the ceremony, later ceremonies. So eventually, maybe we'll reach a compromise, but like like I said, we appreciate that we get some leniency for our children, because in the past, they used to get, for lack of a better term, they just would get, deemed because they would be participate. And we claim their participation, we want them there. We want them to learn our language, we want them to learn our cultural ways. And we want them to participate and be there, and, that's kind of where they're caught in a catch-22, because on the one hand, some of our kids would rather go to school than to be there, and then on the other hand, you have the ones that do want to participate, and then they get marked absent, and then they have to go to detention or whatever, to make up those days, so. Like I said, like September 30th and January 6th and May 3rd. You guys have been really, and November 1st, you've been really cooperative about the dates.
Thank you, Chairman Mark.
Very, very, Walker calendar. It starts in January all the way on to like this month or December. And those are the times when some of our kids at school needs to be off. And I think council will have to make that decision when, we should all get together and make sure that we all coordinate with the days that need to be taken off. Sometimes it's like 3 or 4 days. And, some of our little kids that go in for our culture doings for 18 months, that's something that we looked at also, it's a long time. So that's what I'd say.
Thank you.
President Flores, if I may, President Flores, Superintendent Trujillo, Lieutenant Governor, and Mr. Huhan, if I can just say for the attendance days, what the district has worked on is that any student who does need to miss for cultural days, it's marked as an excused day for them. They're not, the days aren't counted against them, any longer for the district. So they are present for that. Something that we did last year, and we had started working with Miss Mary Alice Martinez on, is the days that our students need to be out for that extended time for cultural days, and how we can support them. So that piece of the MOU, we're still looking at how we can build that out and what it can extend for each individual student. Because if, from my understanding, if we can't fit every student into one specific category, it varies for them. So that's something that we are working on as a district.
More to board. Yeah, I definitely, urge the district, and I know we have been working with House Pueblo to work with, their needs, and just want to continue that, collaboration. That's the only solution. And, thank you, Stu. And does the board have any comments or questions? With that, we'll move on to, item 8.2. Which is the State of New Mexico EV pilot bus project presentation. We do have a Zoom presentation, and I think Mr. Neslin with us. Mr. Mark Neslin, he's the project manager.
Good evening. And can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. I'm Mark Neslin with Green Power Motor Company, and I am the project manager for the state of New Mexico's EV pilot project that started this year. I first would like to apologize for not being there with you this evening. I don't like to do meetings like this, but when this opportunity came up for Taos to change their period of participation, I unfortunately was already scheduled to be in Pittsburgh today. And so we made the accommodations to be able to join you via Zoom, and I appreciate your indulgence with that. I'd first like to give a little overview of the project that the state is undertaking and talk a little bit about the participation opportunity that has come the way of the Taos Municipal School District. Back in January of this year, the governor signed an intent to run a 2-year pilot project on EV school buses in the state of New Mexico. And we agreed with the governor to do that for her. After the legislature appropriated the funds, then the opportunity has come for the first year of the project. Green Power Motor Company is an OEM that only makes purpose-built electric school buses. We make a small type A bus and we make a large type D bus. That's the flat nose bus that you see running from time to time. In this first year of the pilot project, the small type A bus, and I want you to think a little bit about this as like an activities bus, special needs bus, that is generally a smaller vehicle. In many cases, it doesn't require a CDL because of its size. But that's what I want you to think about when you hear about the small bus that is running this year. It's going to have an opportunity to go to 15 different school districts during this school year. So in each round, there are 3 schools that participate and they have these buses for 6 weeks. Currently, the first round is going on in Las Vegas City Schools, West Las Vegas, and also in the Monte del Sol Charter School in Santa Fe. This second round, which begins the week of November the 17th, the 3 participants, along with yourselves, will be the Central Consolidated School District in Shiprock and also the Cuba School District. And so that's the schools that are participating. What the state is really trying to accomplish in this pilot project is 2 or 3 different things. First of all, it's bringing these buses out for schools to see what they're like, see how they operate in their area. And as you can see, people always wonder about EVs in cold weather. And so we're really staying up north during the cold weather so that a school district can see how this acts, how it handles, how it maneuvers, what the range differences are and things in cold weather. They're looking to create data to find out how these buses run in the state. The state is very committed to electric vehicles in their own fleets, in schools, in other places, and they want the information from these pilots so that they can help school districts who in fact want to make this venture into electric school buses. So I always say that the eyes of the state are on these pilots and when we do these pilots, but it's really the eyes of the nation are on them as well. Last night I was in DC at an event where school bus folks were at, and people were so excited with this activity that's going on now in New Mexico over the next 2 years, that's providing not just good beneficial information for each of the school districts and the state, but also for schools across the nation. So you will have the type A school bus. You'll have it starting the week of November the 17th. You'll have it up until about the middle of January. I know that seems like a longer than 6-week period, but that's because of the Christmas break being in there is why it's actually there for a little longer period of time. We will come in and install the charging operations, working with your staff, with your transportation director. As a matter of fact, I will be out there with him on Saturday with our electricians going through those things and walking through any of the questions and things that they need answered for the electrical situation. We will come in on the 19th of November, that week of when it starts, and we will do training for all of your staff as it relates to electric vehicles. So drivers who are going to be driving it will be trained on them. Your mechanics will be trained, though it's not as important because your mechanics will not have to do any work on the bus during the pilot project. We have people on staff on the ground so that if there are any issues that you encounter when operating the bus, they're there for you to help you along that process so your mechanics don't have to perform those duties. Though we want your mechanics to understand, and that's why we do training for the mechanics at the same time we do for the drivers. The other piece of the training that we will do that week is with the first responders in the community. because we always want to make sure that the first responders understand those vehicles. Most all of them have had some type of EV training to this point. And so this training is really based off of understanding that particular vehicle. Where are the disconnect points? What were to happen if in case there were an accident or an emergency, how they deal with things. And so it's very important for those first responders to know that, and we take great pride in working with them before that goes out. At the end of the 6-week period, we will come back. We will have a roundtable session with all of the folks on your staff who have dealt with the bus while it was out there. Because again, this is what the state is looking for. What are the comments from the drivers? What did they hear kids say? What did the mechanics and those that were involved? And they want all of this feedback to come back from the school. So this is, of course, a voluntary program. Taos volunteered to be part of it, and they were selected. Originally, Taos was going to be later in the year, but there was some change in schedules. And I appreciate that we were able to make some adjustments to put it into this second round. We look forward to being with you. I would encourage any of the board members to come out the day of training on the 19th. It's the afternoon of November the 19th that the training will be taking place. And I encourage you to come out, be with the bus, see the bus, get on the bus and ride the bus, all those kind of things before we do start with that deployment. Working with your staff on exactly where you will use the bus. I know it's going to be used for some activity runs, and the superintendent, I think, has some really good, innovative ideas that will fit well into the pilot. And actually, when we're together on Saturday with myself and the superintendent and the transportation director, we'll be going through some of those pieces as well as looking at the infrastructure. So with that, Mr. President, I'll stop, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the program, about EVs in general, or anything that I can help you with this evening.
Well, thank you, Mr. Nesbitt. I do have 2 questions that just come to mind. The first question, which is typically an obvious question, is there any cost to the district to participate in this program?
No, this is funded by the legislature. Now there are the obvious normal costs you have. You have to, when your bus driver drives, you're paying your bus driver to drive the bus, and you do have the electrical costs. So think of that as your fuel. It's replacing diesel, so you're not paying diesel fuel, but you're paying your electric fuel, which is cheaper, and you'll have an actual cost savings in that period of time. But as far as any cost to the bus, the charging infrastructure, any of the activities, any of our work that's out there, that is all paid for by the state, and there's no cost to the district. Do know that when the first year is over, those 3 buses and the charging infrastructure that are involved with those 3 buses, in some way, the state will distribute that product. It's not for me to know right now how they're going to do that, but I do just alert you to somebody that has participated during the year and somehow is probably going to get these buses. And so it's just something to know, because the state owns the buses, the state owns the charging infrastructure, the state provides the insurance on the buses during this period of time that it's out there as well.
And then my next question is, if the district decides to move forward with, let's say it's a big hit and we like the electric buses, is there a pathway to purchase electric buses, or how would we get our hands on electric buses if it's a decision that we decide to go forward with?
So there are a couple of ways that is important. And well, one of the reasons I think that the timing is very important for the state doing this is there's still funding at the federal level for the Clean School Bus Program. There's still $2 billion in money left from the bipartisan infrastructure bill to provide funding to school districts to buy clean school buses in the case of all electric vehicles. So that is a mechanism by which you can apply, and there are those who can help you. We can help you. There are other people that can help you when those rounds for funding come out and you apply then to it's administered by the EPA, and that's where you apply to receive buses. That's one means that you could move forward if you found this to be an attractive situation. There are a couple of other situations in the state of New Mexico. One in the agreement with the state where we said we would do this for the state. They also put in that agreement that at the end of the 2-year period, if the state finds this to have been attractive and appealing, which your opinions will feed into them making that decision, then they have committed to the purchase of another $15 million in electric buses that in some fashion would get distributed to schools. Again, I'm not speaking for the state, so I don't want to say how they would distribute them, but there is that is a follow-up to the pilot project specifically. Yet a third avenue of funding that is out there is that the legislature did appropriate some additional funds this year for electric school buses and for electric charging infrastructure. At this point, that has not gone out for any kind of funding, and I think that additional money that's already been appropriated, I get the impression that the state's kind of waiting to see how this pilot plays out before that goes out there as well. So there are some pots of money out there that you can apply to or get money from to buy buses. And of course, there's always the other mechanism that your school district can use its own money to buy those buses as well. And we're not the only provider of electric buses. There are others. And so you would have that opportunity in that period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Nestor. Does the board have any, Secretary?
Well, I know that, this is probably further down the line on the purchasing of these buses, but usually it's very difficult for any entity to come up with a price of buses. But is there any way that they're considering, or this might be an option, to present, and that is the leasing mechanism for these type of buses?
So
Has it been noted in any way?
I wouldn't say this. I would say that there is always possibilities for leasing. So Green Power itself, I mentioned that we make school buses. We also make commercial class 4 EV vehicles. So that's like a passenger van or a utility truck or a landscape truck. And I will tell you that we have a leasing program as it relates to our commercial vehicles. We haven't implemented to date a leasing program on school buses. And I think that's probably because there's been so much government money out there to buy the buses, whether it's state money or federal money, that most buses and most manufacturers are just trying to keep up with the demand and the orders that are placed. So I would say that's why there hasn't been a lot of activity in the leasing area, but I would not rule leasing out as an opportunity that could be down the road in discussions, and probably in doing that, if there were enough schools in New Mexico that wanted to move in that direction, it would probably be some kind of a program that would need to be worked out with the state so that the state could help oversee that leasing scenario. And if you have a mass that would like to do leasing, it would be easier to create that kind of a program. So I don't want to rule it out. I don't want to say it's something that's on the forefront today, but I don't want to rule it out if that were something that were a result of this pilot project.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that you addressing that, because that is huge for, again, any entity in any school system that would venture to come off of this pilot program, which is, I'm sure it's going to be very productive for any school system to save on something that's more efficient, but also the maintenance, even on these type of buses. And I say that only because I was a finance director for an entity, and we just couldn't afford to buy equipment to graders, and we looked into the leasing and and it was perfect. We just leased for 5 years, and then it was a turnover, and the maintenance and everything was just done automatically. We paid every single month for a leasing cost, but we could absorb that cost versus the purchase of a vehicle.
The state has some other programs outside of the education realm today as it relates to purchases and leasing of the vehicles, and then also the installation of the charging infrastructure. And the Department of Transportation, under Secretary Cerna's leadership, has developed some purchasing programs with a couple of different partners. One of those is Nuvve, which is a charging company. The other one is a company called Sustainability Partners. And those programs in the commercial side are designed for bulk buying. They don't have to go through the RFP process, and the companies buy the vehicles and install the charging infrastructure and then charge the entity a fee to do all of that. So that's something the state has already set up for electric vehicles in fleets and commercial vehicles. So I only bring that up not because it's made today for school buses, but the state's already thinking in this direction. And our partner, Highland Electric Fleets, will handle all of the charging infrastructure, they also have a program where they can own the buses and put the charging infrastructure in place, and they maintain all of your charging infrastructure. They warranty that charging infrastructure for a period of time longer than actually they're going to be in place. So you know you're going to get new chargers during that contract period. And then they do it on a long-term contract where you pay a monthly fee for all of those services, including the school buses in that process. So there are programs out there that could be looked at that keeps you from having to have that upfront cash. You're so correct that the electric vehicles, where the challenge is in the total cost of ownership, is the upfront money to buy it. Because once you buy the vehicle, you save money. You save money on your fuel, you save money on your maintenance. National average, the maintenance costs are about 70 to 80% less on an electric vehicle than they are on a traditional diesel school bus. I had one pilot in West Virginia where the bus had its own meter. And so they were able to specifically identify the cost savings on the electricity versus the diesel fuel. And they calculated that out over a 10-year period to be $130,000 in diesel fuel savings. Now, it didn't include the additives or anything. That was just the fuel. So you see that there's a point where total cost of ownership actually then favors the electric vehicle over the traditional diesel. But your point is so correct. The challenge is the upfront cost.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Mr. Lieutenant Governor Montoya, you have a question.
I have a question on these buses, do they have safety belts on them? Think about the safety of the kids.
The bus you will be receiving does have seat belts.
And how reliable are they in the winter time? But some buses get breakfast, use electricity savings.
So seats are something that are certified through FMVSS. Your seating supplier, so we have a person that we buy seats from, or not a person, we have a company that we buy seats from, and those go in. So all of those go through all of the testing and all of the certification and all of the standards of FVMSS. And so those are very reliable. They're very safe. Now, there are some states that require seat belts. There are other states that prohibit seat belts. And then there are yet a third type of state where seat belts can be there, but they don't have to be there. One of the things that you quickly know when you're dealing in the school bus industry is there is 50 different set of specifications that you have to meet. Every state has its own specification and every state's a little bit different. But those seat belts are certified and are regulated by a federal entity.
Mr. Nestor, Lieutenant Governor also followed up with a question as to how reliable are the buses in regards to the cold weather and the snow.
So let's talk about the handling of the bus first in bad weather. So these buses are heavier than their counterpart. So the Type A school bus is heavier than a Type A school bus that is a diesel vehicle. The larger buses are heavier than their counterpart, and the reason is the battery weight. One of the things that you have when you're dealing with a purpose-built vehicle like Greenbauer produces is you have the proper distribution of that weight. So when I say a purpose-built vehicle, what I mean is that that vehicle has been designed from the ground up to be an electric vehicle. So these chassis that we use on these buses are our own proprietary cabs and chassis, and they were built to be electric. So the weight distribution, where the batteries are placed, all of those things make the buses more durable, more stable, a safer product, more even wear in your tires, and all of those things that come along with proper weight distribution. The difference is a vehicle that was made to be a diesel, but you strip the guts out of it and you stick batteries in it. And when you do that, you can have some weight distribution issues. You can have some uneven tire wear. It's not as well prepared for that type of vehicle. Now, that vehicle's weight does make it a product that handles better in bad weather because your weight gives you reliability and stability to that. I have had cases where drivers who are used to driving buses in bad weather have suggested that the vehicle handles much better in bad weather because of that weight. I know I had one driver say, I had a slide on the ice, but the vehicle slid straight, whereas they're used to maybe their diesel doesn't slide straight if they have that situation happen. So the handling in the bad weather is, I would suggest to you, safer and superior in the handling, and a lot of that based off the weight. I'm going to give you an example from someone else other than myself on reliability of electric vehicles in bad weather. First Student runs a lot of buses in New Mexico. They're a third-party contractor that run buses all over the country, but they also run buses in Quebec. And in Quebec, it gets really cold. And their analysis is that they have a 92% uptime on a diesel school bus in Quebec in the winter. They have a 91% uptime on their electric school buses in Quebec in the winter. So in essence, what that tells me is it's the same scenario. We have the same amount of uptime on those two vehicles. Now, charging impacts how the buses operate when the weather, because when the battery is charging overnight, and if the battery is charging overnight on a slow charge, which is what we'll use for your overnight charging there, that charge is taking longer to happen. If we all see our phones now, we plug our phones in, you'll get this message about 11 o'clock at night that says it's going to finish its charging at 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, that has slowed the input of the electrons into your phone. We do the same thing when we slow charge that vehicle at night. We slow the electrons going into the battery. The battery is staying warmer longer in the overnight period, so that when the driver goes in to go the next morning, that battery hasn't sat for 12 hours, 14 hours without having heat in it to help with that situation. So those are just management practices that you do that make that product work better. There'll be learning challenges, and there'll be some drivers that will maybe have to get taught 2 or 3 times on how you exactly do things to make sure they're working well for you in the winter. But again, that the pilot helps you understand those things, and we do teach in that. The one thing I do want to talk about is range. You can see up to a 30% reduction in range in cold weather. The reason for that is the heater. The reason is not that the battery doesn't perform in the cold weather. The reason is that heat takes energy. Air conditioning doesn't take energy. Heat takes energy. And so in the morning, when you get out there and you turn that bus on and warm that bus up, and that heater is running during the run, you can see up to a 30% reduction in the range. That's not good, bad, or indifferent. That's just a fact. And so when we talk about where the bus runs, what the routes are, what the long-term charging needs are. Those are all things you factor in when you set out that plan for a long-term scenario to make sure that you have the charging infrastructure to meet what the needs are in your routes, particularly when you're in a cold weather atmosphere like you will be there in Taos.
Thank you, Mr. Nestor. Any further questions from the board?
I just did.
Secretary Trujillo?
What is the life of an electric bus, and how much would it cost if batteries have to be replaced?
So the electric bus itself is a product that has a longer life than the diesel buses that are on the road. I'm going to answer that question not for the type A bus that you're having, but for the type D bus, just because I have facts that will help you understand my answer to your question if I relate it to the type D bus. A normal type D bus is expected under most states to last for 12 years. And those buses are generally on a 12-year replacement cycle. Those buses should last, that diesel type D or type C bus, they should last for 15 years, depending on some of the use of it. But most states expect the life cycle to be 12 years. And a lot of states, their replenishment fees that they give to the schools are based on that 12-year cycle. My type D bus that is the equivalent of that is going to last 18 to 20 years as far as the body structure goes. The body structure of these buses is made of Castellium aluminum. So Castellium is the largest aluminum manufacturer in the world. It's when Alcoa and 2 or 3 other people all merged together. And if you've been on an airplane, you've been inside Castellium aluminum, because airplanes are made from Castellium aluminum. So it gives you an idea of the durability and the strength of what this is. These buses aren't built the way an old school bus like we all rode to school on are built. If you would look at a diesel bus or one like we rode, the frames of these buses are very flexible. So you have these ridges that go over a bus, and if you look at them without a skin or anything on them, they'll just sit there and flop. The frame of these buses are solid. I could have a bus that passes all safety inspections without having any skin on the bus at all, because of the structure of the way that bus is built. And in fact, because of the weight of my bus, under the FMVSS requirements, I have to put so much weight on the roof of that vehicle in testing that I can't even do it in the United States, because no one has the ability to do it. I have to do that testing overseas, because the weight has to be so heavy. So where I'm going with this is that stability, that strength, that durability of how this product is built is much better than a traditional school bus. It's also got a higher floor that is a flat floor. Again, when we were all kids and we rode that school bus, if you got to be the lucky one that sat on the wheel well, you got to eat your knees. Well, this floor, because it sets higher, you don't have any of that. So from a comfort level in that vehicle, the kids are in a better scenario and they sit higher, which from a safety perspective puts the passengers out of the crash zone, even on a large vehicle crash into the side of a school bus. So the way the vehicle has been redesigned and looking at a new way, a school bus, not just from an EV standpoint, but from safety and durability, the bus is built to do that. The batteries are currently warranted for 8 years. Nobody's been driving school buses for 8 years. And so one of the things that I have to say in answering this question is there are still some things about the length of time of life of that battery that we're learning. And what we are learning is that the lithium ion phosphate battery chemistry is a more stable chemistry that lasts longer and is coming off of use at a much higher remaining percentage than was expected. So an example is that I have transit buses that have run at the San Diego airport that have now reached end of useful life. And those buses are coming off of end of useful life with 85 and 90% remaining life to the battery. And so we as a company are even looking at whether we're going to start extending the warranty life on the battery to possibly 12 years, because now that the buses are out there, they're running and they're reaching end of useful life, we're finding that the batteries are lasting longer than the thought would be of how long they would last. As far as the replacement cost of a battery, I'll answer that question for you, but my answer is not relevant until I explain why. If I look at my big bus, it has 6 batteries in it. If I had to replace all 6 of those batteries, it would cost $70,000. You'll never replace a battery. What you replace is cells. So the weakest link, just like in a chain, the weakest link is the weakest cell. If a cell goes bad, then that cell creates a problem for that battery pack. Now, it's not something that you do, it's something we do if that ever happens. But you would, I guess you should never say never, but you will never replace a full battery pack. You simply replace a cell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neston. We appreciate your time this evening. We look forward to receiving the buses. We're very thankful to, board member King, sorry about that.
One question that seemed no one has asked, what's the investment for a bus right now currently? I know there's subsidies, but what is the?
So I'm
price of that?
gonna, depending on how your bus is finished out, a Type D bus, which is the 40-foot, 84 passenger bus, will range between $375 and $425. And if we go back to the discussion we were having earlier, if I were to get that similar bus and say a Bluebird diesel bus, I'm going to pay between $250,000 and $275,000. On the Type A size bus, with if it were to have a wheelchair lift and wheelchair securements, it would be in about the $285,000 range. If it didn't have the accessibility, it'd be more in about 260, and that is about twice, maybe a little less than twice, if you were buying a gas Type A bus that had a Ford chassis or a Chevrolet chassis under it.
Appreciate it.
So President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, just to be clear, for this particular bus, it's a 16-passenger bus. So some of the ideas that we've come across is perhaps using it as a recruitment tool, where we can have staff, maybe have a route in the morning or in the afternoon that they can be taken to their home. So something as a recruitment tool on that piece, and or some of the ideas is also for using after school activities. So I just wanted you to know that because of its limitation on the 16-passenger, we're trying to find creative ways to be able to use the bus.
And I'm very excited that the superintendent came up with this idea, because again, as a pilot project, one of the things that I look at as a project manager is how can I get the most information for the state to make decisions about things. So Monte del Sol Charter School, they use this bus in this round that we're in as an activity bus, but also in kind of their life teaching. So they take these little field trips during the day around Santa Fe, and they've used it in that sense, which is a way that has been used differently than it might be used at West Las Vegas. And so it provided information. The superintendent coming up with this idea and discussing with me using it for some recruitment. If we can come back afterwards and we have teachers and folks in your school saying what they thought of this, and that's information that the state could really play with as well, in analyzing that. I do want to say this particular bus is 16 passenger because that's what the state bought in this sense, but the Type A bus can also be as much as a 24 passenger vehicle. It's just the one the state bought that's being used here is a 16 passenger vehicle.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any further questions from the board? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Reda, for participating in this program and giving us a great opportunity, to learn something different and see how electric buses will function here in our cold, high mountain town. So, okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Nessen, look forward to your visit.
Thank you very much.
Item 8.3 is IT and Communications presentation. Mrs. Maria Gentet, Director of IT and Communications.
Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Spring, members of the board, colleagues, community members, Dr. Lakin. Tonight I'm gonna go over our ticketing system, for our staff and how they get to technology hub. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the system is a centralized platform for reporting and resolving technology issues. It ensures accountability and transparency in tech. You're funny. In tech support, it tracks response times and completion rates. Next slide. How it works is, staff submit, a tech ticket for help. There are several different ways that they could go ahead and do this. One way is, they can email, they could go ahead and submit a ticket, straight on the website. They can do, connect online, and they can also do a phone call. The help desk, the Sharp help desk, it's designed so that they could go ahead and see what is gonna be priority. If it's obviously a network, the network's down at Taos High School, Taos Middle School, that it will always be priority. You can also, phones is also a priority for safety, so there's different things, but an outage is priority. The user receives updates and closure, confirmation when the ticket's complete. Next slide. Right here is some of our September data. So right now, our staff in the month of September, they put in 286 tickets and resolved were 200. Gap is pretty big there on the tickets. I'd like to keep it probably about 30 tickets in the queue. This is a big gap for us. Let's go ahead and look at the next month. October, 242 tickets were placed and resolved were 178 tickets. On the next slides, you're gonna see, I do have how we can resolve that issue. But right here is an example of some of the common tickets that we get. There's printer issues, Meraki switch went offline. For an employee. So these are the different type of tickets that we get throughout the month. It is assigned a ticket number, a status if it's assigned to on-site FTE, the date it's entered, and the maybe they gave you guys one.
Wait, here one.
The
Oh, you mean,
the technology one. If you
Oh, yeah.
guys- Oh, there we go. Benefits.
there it is.
There we go. Sorry about that. Benefits to the district. The reason why I look at this whole help desk ticketing system is for improved response time for technology support requests, improved tracking and reporting for IT management, smarter use of time, tools, and support staff. Next slide. Areas of growth. I think part of, we need training for staff so that they know where to get help. I'm seeing a lot of emails lately coming directly to me and they're not using the ticket system. They're not using the process correctly. So kind of just bringing back staff and, showing that this is where we get help, so communicate a little bit more communication. We also have, for a district our size, we also have one full-time on-site FTE. And another, part-time that works 2 days a week. So I am, you'll probably hear me when I'm up here in a few weeks, asking to do an addendum to the current contract, so we could get an extra 2 days of, contracted FTE. Also to explore the different automated updates and notifications. So what this is what I'm seeing right now is our MacBooks and the agents that we have installed into our devices. There's a glitch in it, so it's not pushing out the updates to our staff. I'm just talking staff devices, the way it should. So I'm working right now with Apple. I'm doing a 12-week training with them. And part of this training is when we deploy the new devices that you guys approved, that we're gonna go ahead and it's always a software that we need to purchase. It's always everything, there's always a cost, but it's going to be so that we can push out the updates straight through Jamf and not through our help desk ticketing system anymore. So we are changing that piece. Next slide. So next steps is to continue analyzing the system data for trends, implement user feedback surveys. We use that to see what the staff want, what type of devices the staff wanted. Evaluate potential system upgrades or enhancements. That's a software I just talked about. And then looking at amending the Sharp contract for an extra 2 days for part-time FTE. So those are the next step runs that I have coming up in just for staff in IT at this time. At this point, I stand for questions.
Who have any questions? Secretary Judy?
That additional time that you need, can that be paid out of the ed tech?
Absolutely,
Awesome.
absolutely. And we're looking for the extra 2 days, even though you don't have it in front of you, but it is around $30,000 more a year. So part of the gap too in the ticketing system is sometimes when you have turnover of staff, you have the level 1 tech that came in, take it to operate and run our systems, it takes years, not just 1 year. 1 year is just getting a feel for all the software, getting a feel for even 3 years later, there was switches. I'm like, oh my gosh, where are these coming? So, you know, it takes time for them to know our buildings, where our switches are, where all our equipment is. And so the other person I do have coming on, who's been with us since I started about 5-6 years now. And so he'll be doing an additional 2 days if we approve that in a few weeks.
Another thought is, so what you're saying too, is that you're utilizing the systems approach to, you know, for ticketing, for monitoring, but for just the efficiency.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a data person, so want to make sure that the tickets are getting resolved in a timely manner. And when I see a gap that big, I see concern. So I need to close that gap. At the end of today, I did have 16 tickets open, but we've had many days where we've had 0 tickets in the queue. So I want to make sure that I keep it from 1 to 30 on open tickets in the district.
Thank you.
Further questions? Board member King?
This is another matter. I guess, in our minutes, did you get my laptop on my laptop, or Mac Pro?
I didn't see it in the minutes, remember.
Well, the previous meeting.
So
Superintendent,
with the team, I sent an email to the board to get the option for each of the board members. And I haven't had a response yet, so this is a response. It was an email to see that we already approved the Mac, but if there was anybody else who wanted it, I sent it.
And just so we're clear on that, I did get the board approval that night to get you guys brand new laptops. But if I do move, what that does is that gives the option for everybody to choose. If everybody chose a PC, we're looking at an extra $10,000.
No, everyone at this Mac Pro, I want the PC, I want that.
So that'll cost the district an additional probably 2,400.
I said, just for the difference?
Yeah.
I
Just,
said, if not, we're gonna have the same that we have just.
Yeah.
Okay, you go with it.
okay,
Yeah,
then you're okay with getting a MacBook?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But I have a question for you, so how does staff go ahead and submit a ticket, let's say that their PC is down and they're unable to submit through their PC?
What they usually do is they call the IT office and they talk with Michelle. And she goes ahead and submits that ticket for them. So Monday through Friday, her hours are 7:30 to 4 o'clock and I keep it at 7:30 so that we could accommodate high school and middle school, their hours start earlier, so. They always they call her, so if it's an emergency, they'll text me, they find a way to communicate, but that would be the best way. And that's how they usually do it, they go through Michelle, to have them ticket for them.
Any further questions for Mr. Ted?
Okay. I have one. And that is, his question, would his upgrade,
You need more member King.
what did I say? I'm sorry,
This question.
I'm sorry. His question, would that be covered by the ed tech?
Yes.
If necessary,
all staff equipment and student equipment
Sorry,
and software is covered through our ed tech.
so that could be an option,
That's
so
correct.
like support that.
I was, for being a coach for as many years, and I tell Dr. Layton all the time, if I do for one, I do for all. So if we give board member King an option, then we would have to give all the board. Right now, however, our teachers, I did a survey and they don't have that option. So because 97 wanted MacBooks, that's what we went with. We went with what the majority wanted at the time. It plays a lot into the system, so if you're, it changes, we're dual platform, we're very lucky that we're dual platform. If that's what if the board, if we want the board to have an option, then that would be a problem.
But I have another question, and that is, what is the difference between the platforms? What would this enable?
So PC, I'm a PC user, Dr. Layton, Ms. Wonderbourne, they're Mac users, you guys are also Mac users. So there's different things that you can do on a Mac that you can't do on a PC and vice versa. One of the things that I always loved saying with the PC is playing with Access databases, they don't have that on the MacBook. Some of the things that they have on the MacBook is what is it, the video to make movies, video movie maker. So there's different softwares that go with the different devices.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ted, you've really done a big overhaul on our IT department, we're very lucky to have you, and you've always been very creative and innovative, so we appreciate that, we appreciate everything you do for our staff like this.
Thank you.
No.
Next, item under presentation is 8.4, Associate Superintendent Presentation, this is Glenn Edwards one.
President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Layton, Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Lufan and Mr. Romero, and members of the community, thank you for coming tonight. What I'm presenting before you is our annual test report, which we report at every Taos Pueblo tribal meeting in November. The tribal government did receive our initial report from the community or from the school site. We will be updating our report. We just received it back from PED. We were rated as exemplary, and I'd just like to read what was stated in our scoring, because I think it does speak to the relationship that we've built as a district with tribal government and with the community of Taos Pueblo. Descriptor at this level, tester exceeds statutory requirements by including both required and optional components. Data is well organized, visually clear, and supported by strong narrative context. Demonstrates meaningful tribal consultation, clear alignment between identified needs and district actions, and transparent discussion of results. Highlights best practices, innovative programs, and continuous improvement efforts. The report was submitted by September 30th or by the extended deadline we submitted on time by the Assistant Secretary through a formal request made prior to October 1st. And the level that we received was exemplary for the state. So I just want to say that, you know, the partnership between us has led to this exemplary rating. The continued board meetings, the request of tribal government to add another board meeting in January so that we can update new tribal government, also led to that tribal consultation. And then again, you have always made yourself available to us, and Mr. Lujan as well has had a lot of good input. In fact, we just had some conversation on how they're helping the system by paving roads for transportation. And that's how I first stepped into this, was the first MOU between the district and House Pueblo, and looking at how we could provide transportation for our students here at House Pueblo. So I want to thank everybody for their involvement in this and leading to us having an exemplary rating for our TESA report. So with that, we'll get into our TESA report, which we do have good news. Our first up is reading New Mexico visa data. These were our unembargoed scores. Things are connected. Oh. You do have the slides in front of you of the school board. My apologies. What we've seen, our overall trends for our Native American students is that they have been trending up when it comes to our reading growth. In the 22-23 school year, we had started at 34%. We saw a 1% increase the following year, and then a 5% increase this past school year for reading results. What you do have before you is the graph which we were asked to disaggregate by ethnicity, and so each of our ethnicities is represented in there as well. Something to know that I have up in the corner is with our Native American students, I also look at how we're rating against New Mexico and their overall scores for our Native American students. For New Mexico, the rating or the proficiency rate was at 30%. The district is scoring at 40% for our Native American students, over 10% above what the state is scoring. Next up is our math. Our math New Mexico visas, we've improved with that. Our previous 2 years, 22-23 and 23-24, the scoring was lower than what it should have been. And so at that, it was masked, and I couldn't report the numbers for the students that were in those categories. This year, we have it at 17% students that were scoring at proficiency, which is an increase from last year again. Our New Mexico visa, the state was scoring at 15%. Our Native American students in district are scoring at 17%, which is our 3% increase in what we're seeing. We would like to see that improve. As you know, school board, as you have focused on student success, and superintendently, and we're focusing on math in all of our grade level areas. We have our interventionists, we have some professional development that's happening in our primary grades. And then we also have our 6-year study trainers coming in and providing professional development for our teachers as well. So those are ongoing things that we're looking at to help improve those math scores for our students. With science is next. What we have seen is 32%. We started at the 22-23. We decreased to 26. And then we went back up to 34% for our Native American students. When we're looking at New Mexico scores at 23% for our Native American students, and our Taos students score at 34%, which is an 11% higher above than what the state is scoring. typically, on average, our Native American students do perform very well in the sciences. I think that goes to the cultural activities that they participate in and are able to take that into their science learning as well. That's what we've been able to observe in the classrooms. Yes.
Going back to that, 13%, is that low? What's that?
Yes, it is low. We only have 17% of our students that are proficient. And we have 190 students that we do have in our Native American program.
So, they have someone like a hospital or like a tutor that will help them out.
Yes, we do have our tutors that are in place, and this past year we did hire a second liaison that's there to support our secondary students. I do want to know, as we had shared at one of our previous board meetings, that our secondary school site showed an 11% increase in student scoring when it came to math. And again, I want to give kudos to our principals, our superintendent, again, the school board, for supporting that whole initiative of student success and really focusing on what that would look like for students and ensuring that we're providing that professional development for them. So our principals started incorporating PLCs into their time to look at what interventions we could target for our students.
I think just real quick, but overall, our district, we're struggling with our math, but we're working very hard to increase. that
Absolutely.
percentage. It's not just Native American students, it's our entire district.
Absolutely, it is our entire district. We do have specific interventions for Native American students, and when I look at the budget, I'll go over what those specifics are, but it is overall, the district is focusing on math and how we're improving those math scores for all students.
There a counselor in Native American counselor?
We do have at the high school level, a counselor that is focused on our Native American students. They do help support in other areas, but their main hire is for Native American students.
Can I make a comment? I believe that, you've also focused on the attendance. And that is huge, I think, overall, and that is what it will cost any math, any reading, anything to improve, if they're there, if they're present. And so I think I believe that in the last presentation that we had here in at Pueblo, we had a presentation from the attendants, the coaches that are working with the students to make sure that they attend class, and the initiatives that they have to get the kids in class, and the kids have welcomed that. They're very engaged in what these coaches are doing for them. So if they're in class, if they're engaged in learning, then they will be excited and do well. That's what I've seen from what is being presented.
President Flores, Superintendent Trudeau, Secretary Trudeau, thank you for that. That is something we are going to be going over. And to your point, we did look at how many instructional hours we have gained because of the attendance focus that we have. I will be sharing that out with the school board with the test report. So thank you for bringing that out. Next slide is our graduation rates. This one is concerning to our Indian Ed department. Ms. Lujan and I, when I first saw the rate go down to 51% from 84%, we were very disappointed in that. We looked at the cohort, the 4-year cohort that was tracked along with this was a very large freshman cohort. This was the year that the students were in COVID that they started through, so they've gone through that 4-year. What we're doing right now is looking at and tracking where each of the students are and what happened with them. But if you will notice with our 5-year cohort and our 6-year cohorts, we're at 85% and 77%. So some students may not have graduated on the 4-year track. They're on the way to graduating the 5-year track. What we did have last year was any student who was a senior did graduate through the high school. So we had 100% of that rate, but when we're looking at the 4-year cohort, the tracking of the students throughout the 4 years, we did see a significant decrease with that, and that is something that our department is looking at and how we can help support our freshmen and make sure that we're tracking them all the way through. Part of this is also if our students leave and go to another school district, we take part of their graduation percentage, and so that could negatively affect us as well. So just so you know that this is on our radar, this is a focus for our department. Next slide is attendance.
May I ask a question, and I don't know if you have the answer to it, but seeing these graduation rates here, how do you begin to even really look at, or what is looked at to identify why they didn't graduate? And then you mentioned that they're leaving the district, but what other avenues are looked at to kind of identify?
So President Flores, Superintendent, and what we do look at is, we're looking at the specific students because one of our embargoed piece of data is the names of the students and who they are. So Mrs. Lujan has the list of students and she's going through because she does follow a lot of our Native American students. She's able to know what exactly happened to them. Did they leave school and get their GEDs? Did they transfer to another school or did they just completely drop out? That was a question that we had with PEP when we were looking at the TESA report and they were asking us to track that piece. The district doesn't have a component in there where we can specifically say how the student dropped out or what that looked like for them. So what they asked us to do is come up with a tool that we can start using as a district to start tracking our students through that and what the dropout looks like for students. And this would not only be for our Native American students, but also for all of our students that are within the district. So next up is our attendance rates. So on the 23 district overall, we had, and this is the pie. If everybody remembers, I had described PED's pie. They like to take the entire pie and we have the present rate and then we have the absentee rate. And it's the smaller slice of the absentee rate that they cut it up in even smaller slices and say, here's your chronically absentee rate. So when you look at chronically absentee rate, it looks like it's huge, but it's not as big as they're making it out to be because it's a small piece of the pie. So keep that in mind, it's the slice of the pie when we talk about the chronically absent for our students. So what we had last year for the entire pie, our absentee rate was at 12%. Our present rate was at 88% for the district. For our Native American students, it was at 17%, and the present rate for them was at 83%. Now for the chronically absentee rate, it was at 46% of the 12% were chronically absent, and 54% of the 12% were present or absent, but not chronically considered absent. For our Native American students, it was 67% of the 17%, and it was 33% of that 17%. I hope everybody's able to wrap their hands around that one.
What's the problem with that? What is it, what is that? So low as it is?
Well, what we've been finding is there's mental health issues or just trying to get families and students into school, providing additional supports to them, making sure that they feel they have an adult that they can connect with, and ensuring that we have our attendance coaches in place in each of the school sites. So if we're looking at the 24-25 school year, we have an increase of the percent rate. So for the district, we went to 89%. We decreased our absentee rate to 11%. For our Native American students, we increased to 84% and decreased to 17% or 16% for the absentee rate. Of the chronically absent, we went from 46 to 43% of our students who are chronically absent. So we reduced that number, and that's what we wanted to see as a district, that we don't see as many chronically absent students as we did before. And again, I want to say to our attendance coaches, and as you were saying, Secretary Trudeau, the work that they had put in last year and are putting in this year with the strategies to help support families and our students to let them know that we want them there at school. This is not a punitive, this is how can we get you there and what additional supports we can provide is showing improvements in those scores. For our Native American students, we went from 67% to 59%, so we reduced that chronically absent rate pretty significantly for our Native American students. And our not chronically absent, we increased that to 41%, so from 35 to 41. So that's what we want to see is them moving on a chronically absent to once in a while absent, and then we want them in the more than present than what they were previously. So as promised to you, I said I would share, you know, what this translates into numbers for our students, because, you know, behind our percentages are student numbers. So what we did look at for ELA, when we're looking at a district, we had previously 478 students that were proficient in ELA. We increased that to 505 students in ELA. That was district overall. Our Native American students went from 24 students to 37 students. In math, for the district from the previous year, we had 235. We went to 252, which is an increase of 17 students. Our Native American students, the previous year was math, but now we have 16 students that are tracking as proficient. And again, it's a low number. We're looking to increase that number, and that's what we're working on as the district. For science, 191 students were proficient the previous year. Now we have 200 students that are proficient in science. For our Native American students, we went from 9 to 17 students that are proficient. For chronically absent, the district, and I didn't track these ones, but I did translate it into instructional hours. We had 90 students who are no longer chronically absent for the district. For our Native American students, we have 43 students who are no longer chronically absent for the district, which is a huge number, I think, for us when we're looking at our student population. This translated into, for the district, 5,850 instructional hours that students were present for this past year. So I think we can see if our students are in school, they're receiving the education that they need, they're going to start increasing their proficiency rates. For our Native American students, I'm gonna say they had more than half of this rate of the 5,000 hours, because that was for district. We had 2,795 instructional hours that our Native American students were receiving now that they moved out of the chronically absent rates that we had previously. Okay, next. So our next step is our funding sources for our Native American students. We do go over this every April or March, whichever tribal government, the time that they agree to and are available, review all of our budgets, answer any questions, start to set goals for the district, and how we're going to be spending money for the district, and help support the goals of the needs assessment. This upcoming year, we're going to be rewriting the goals for the district, but we always ensure that the goals that are in place are always addressed in the budget concerns. And if there's anything that we need to add, we always add it at that time, or look at our grant applications and how we can adjust the grant applications to address those needs as well. So what we have is our Title I funding, our Title II, Title III, Title IV, our bilingual education, because we do include our TEWA language program into our bilingual program. Ms. Mary Alice Martinez, our TEWA language from Taos Public Education Department, has been wonderful in supporting the TEWA language program and being our representative whenever it comes to the bilingual program for the district. We have our Indian Education Formula Grant, which we're applying for and starting the application again, which looks at impact aid and the number of students that are on tribal land and are on non-tax federal lands within the community. Again, the district has made the commitment that regular education and special education impact aid goes specifically to our Indian education programming, and we've stuck to that, and the district and the school board has continued with that commitment to ensure that that funding goes to our Native American students. On top of that, we have our Indian education grant, which they increased us, this year to $97,000. Previously, we had been at $84,000 was what we were being awarded for. This really does fund our Tiwa language programs and helps with that cultural component of our students' identity. Last year, we were able to, have 2 students who went through the program and received their seal of literacy and were certified by tribal government. Our Impact Aid Indian Education Program supports our liaisons. It supports, Ms. Ray and her work that she does. It supports our back to school events, our IEC nights, which we do have those, once a month, every Thursday. We've had some great collaboration with the Taos Pueblo Education Department where, you know, they have their first hour that they're working with members of the community, and then we keep them there and they stay there for a while and go through the meetings. So we get really good input and feedback from the community at those meetings. Next slide. So our new programming this year is our new liaison started at Taos Middle School and is supporting Taos High School. This has been a huge component, and I want to thank Board Member Concha for recommending this as well. It was much needed when we do look at our school size and the number of students that are at the high school level and our middle school level as well. So we're covering more students with certified teachers who are able to go in and have those conversations with other teachers or help students with grades, look at attendance. Really, there are our second layer of those attendance coaches. They're the liaisons for the families when they need to come into the school sites and have conversations with their teachers or walk in with a student to have a conversation with their teacher. So really looking at that restorative practices, who's the adult that you trust in the school site? Our liaisons are those adults, and I want to thank Ms. Pat Lujan as well, who's our liaison at the, or our Tiwa teacher at the high school. And Miss Jeanette Fikel does that as well at our elementary. She covers all of the other. Without them, we wouldn't have that adult that the students could go to, and really our families as well. That it's very important that we have the liaisons and our tutors. And of course, Miss Lujan is, you know, the backbone of the entire program. We can't do anything without her, so. So we're going to continue adding cultural literature at all of our school sites. We had been into Ms. Lujan's point of our cultural, looking at cultural sensitivity and our trainings with the district. What we had started talking about last year was having Taos Pueblo develop some modules where we could show it to our staff, because we were strapped on what it looked like for professional development time. But as our calendar changed and as our time changed, that's changing as well. We're looking at how we can adjust that and get back into our cultural sensitivity trainings for all of our staff. Ms. Lujan is working on that component, and we're looking at rolling it out by the end of this semester for all of our staff. Next slide. Oh, no. Okay. Celebrations, graduation. We did have our end of year graduation, and board members, all of you can see, and Lieutenant Governor, you can see. It was a wonderful event. It was the first time we had it at the high school. I really appreciate our principal, the head of that she, you know, put everything out. They helped set it all up. It was a well-attended event. All of the students there received a certificate in their stole for their graduation, so that they could walk down with their Indian education stole and recognizing their participation in the program for this school year. Our back to school event, we did serve 234 students. They received supplies and materials and backpacks for the start of the school year. Ms. Lujan puts it together, and all of our liaisons and our tutors help support and pack all of the backpacks. They work throughout the summer, planning this entire event with the South Pueblo Education Department. So it's not just our event that we're doing, but it's also the entire community that's there. We send out our annual survey asking when does the community want to meet, what time, where would be the best place for us to meet. So again, going back to that collaboration piece and really the input from the entire community on what works best for them. We did serve 116 families. They attended that event. And for our syllabi literacy, we had 2 students who had received the syllabi literacy last year. Our projects for this year is to increase supports to our Native American students participating in college visits. So we've already started planning that out. This last year, we planned it out a little bit too late. Buses aren't as available, so we're starting earlier this year and really looking at how we can make it meaningful. We're very glad that we have Ms. Genoa at UNM Taos who can help us with that planning as well, so that, there's the collaboration there with the college campuses also. We're going to be addressing and tracking freshman cohorts. As I said, graduation is important for us and we want all of our students to make it through, and how can we provide those supports to our students. And then work with our surrounding charter schools to ensure student transition. This has come up with our district and our parents who have attended IEC on how we're working with our local charters and making sure that when our students go into the high school or mid school or one of our schools, how are we transitioning them into the school system and making sure that they're supported. We have a clear picture of what their academics look like previously, if there was any IEPs in place, that we're receiving all of that documentation so that there isn't a delay in their services, and then receiving the supports that are needed. With that, I stand for questions.
Mrs. Warner, any questions? Please, Vice President Spring.
Thank you. Hi, good presentation, a lot of information, thank you. I had one question and I'm embarrassed, I don't already know this answer. What is the transportation for students from the Pueblo into town? Do we serve them with a bus, or do they have to get their own ride, or how does that work?
Superintendent and Vice President Spray, we do provide bus transportation for our students who ride or who come from Taos Pueblo. We have, I want to say there's 2 routes that they go down. It's Spider Rock, is that one of them? And then they go up to the Well House and come back around. So before school and after school, they do receive their transportation. Something that I think we do need to look at as a district is relooking at where our students are living, to just make sure that they're not walking as far to the bus stop as they necessarily should. So that it was brought up that maybe we need to start looking at that, because their students may have moved off of this route that we had initially put. So we need to relook at the routes for the students.
Great, I encourage you to do that, that'd be wonderful.
I feel like that's having a problem. So people are missing the bus.
Yeah.
Like a bit of time.
Right. So Lieutenant Governor, that was something that was brought up, the walk that the students have to take across the field.
Yeah.
And we would like to avoid that, so that they get to school, yeah.
Alright, so, and who is in charge of that, Samantha, with transportation, that's in charge of looking at those routes, or, and you?
That was gonna have all of us.
Yeah.
Her and transportation that did it initially to get it, to extend the route onto Spider Rock Road.
Yeah.
Initially, it used to go just to the governor's office and that was it. And back up. So now we have them coming in Spider Rock, across Rio Lucero to the Well House, and then back out Veterans Highway. So they have 2 out of the 3 main roads covered.
To catch the bus.
Yeah. The chance to catch the bus.
But
Again, a lot of parents take their kids to school, like in town as well, with all our students, and then all of them are late. So, yeah. We're working on it. We're also partnering with the youth outreach program too, who has helped with after school transportation. And if our students stay for after school tutoring program, that they were offering rides home to them for them. So a lot of collaboration.
Yeah.
With our tribal entities to just problem solve for our kids. Very.
Alright, thank you for listening to that,
Yeah,
appreciate it.
a quick question, so, in regard to the transportation here in the Pueblo. How do, I guess, so we're coming to the three main roads. Is it necessary? I would think that it would be critical to. Yeah, two out of the three would get that other third road, just to have the bus drive down there.
So if I, President Flores, if I may, Superintendent Layton, what we had looked at previously when we initially put the route in place was where students were living. So we had taken each of the students, we worked with the realty office as well through the governor's office. And we plotted out where the majority of the students were. The roads that were assigned and the route that were assigned at that time was where the majority of students were. So, like Ms. Suhan said, it was just down this main road to the governor's office and everybody had to pick up the bus there. And if you were on this road, possibly you got picked up. But then when we looked at where the concentration of students living, it was on these additional routes that we had had. There are, again, outliers that live in other areas and, you know, unfortunately, we can't take the buses through each of those routes because it also, depends on if the buses can have access through the road and the turnarounds or, going down the road without it, with it having enough room to make it down. So there was other considerations that's in there. I think what we're looking at now is where has the population moved to, and do we still have the population on the routes that we do have provided as this system?
I think that's very critical that we definitely, continue to identify, you know, obviously, kids move and
Right.
graduate and, from, you know, young families pop up in different locations, so it's very important. Without, I've heard this before, without, school bus, many students may not make it to school. It's just not a priority for some parents need to work early, some parents don't, prioritize school. They'll keep the student working on the ranch and farm, so we need to make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can to get our students to school.
Absolutely, and that was our, in fact, that was our first MOU that I had ever sat in on and, that you as a school board had, put through was, looking at this transportation and that, you know, what were we providing for our students that we were asking all of them to congregate at one place and travel a long distance and try to get there at the governor's office to catch a bus, and how can we better support our students because we do live in this school. And if we're able to expand our routes, then that is something that we need to look at. So, you know, I huge kudos to our type of government for allowing us to take a look at where the students were and helping us to work with the realty office to identify where students were, and then our transportation department to help us look at routes and what it would look and take for buses to go through certain roads.
I think it's gonna be a little bit easier once our road is paved, it's spiral. And we keep running along, but have an area where these kids might congregate, get picked up.
And that was one of the conversations we had at government to government was that.
Mr. Lujan?
Lieutenant Governor is right, we have plans, plans to improve our roads, and we did receive, initial word from the previous administration that we were awarded a raise grant, which is new building American infrastructure with sustainability and equity. And so that's what RAISE stands for. It used to be Tiger and we used to be Build. And we received 14.3 million to do Spider Rock, pave it, and then Little Deerhorn, Star, and Rotten Tree Road. And we finished Rio Lucero with state funding with the New Mexico DOT transportation project funding. So from the governor's office, 2 miles up to Hidden Spring, we paved Lucero. All the bus drivers are happy, and we have plans to do Spider Rock, and we have funding, partial funding for it, that the current administration, they call it pause, but they froze a lot of funding, so that was some of the funding that's frozen, and we just got word back in August that they were gonna release the funding and then shut down. So, but parents are appreciative of the bus service going down, actually going up Spider Rock Road, crossing the river and going up to Lucero and coming back. And going down Veterans Highway. When I was going to school, we had to walk 5 miles in the snow to get to the bus stop. But yeah, parents are appreciative and Pueblo is trying to improve our roads.
And I do want to say our bus drivers are very appreciative of the paved roads as well, but also the responsiveness that we've had from Taos Pueblo when they were not paved. If they needed to be graded or plowed, we just needed to reach out to Mr. Lujan and it was taken care of immediately. So again, going back to that collaboration and partnership between the district and Taos Pueblo, I think, you know, it speaks volumes in what we've been able to do in these past few years. So thank you for that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that we do have Ms. Lujan who's going to do a brief presentation on the Tiwa language program. Ms. Marialis was going to do it, but she had to step out, so that we do have this.
Real quick, Ms. Dunn, before you continue, I just have one comment on the bus discussion. You know, obviously at the end of the day, a lot of this comes down to, you know, I hate to say dollars and cents and funding. But I would really encourage the district, you know, when we're looking at dollars and cents, you know, is it affordable to pick up an additional route, but yeah, we're leaving behind students. For me, the students are what is the priority, so I would encourage you, and I know we're doing that and we're not, you know, saying that we're not, but it takes an extra 5-10 minutes or an extra $100, $100 a day to be able to go down an additional road, you know, even if it's feasible. I would encourage that we do that because it is critical. We don't make education accessible through transportation or through a bus. These kids are gonna fall through the cracks. And it's very important that we provide those resources for even just one kid. Even if there's one kid on that road, we will look at how we can get back to school. And I would encourage the district that, you know, as you identify where those pockets of students are, that we've not look at the dollars and cents and say, you know, it's cost this much money to go down that road, and we look at that student that was the money and get them there. If the money's there, obviously, I mean, money magically appeared, but if we need to do all of it.
There's one road, Star Road, is, and the public goes straight down, comes out, putting rain on that, it's, you know, straight. There's it's to the down the road.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah, we need to look at all those, right? I want to get all, our many kids to school in time.
Thank you.
Oh, that one, that's
Very
pretty
good.
good.
We have a question, President Mark.
Yes,
Are we changing is that another item on here? Do we have?
part of
I think we're going to contract question.
Point one, are we moving that up or?
With the language of the Tiwa language, yeah.
It's a separate one?
Yeah.
Is that part of yours?
This is part of the full
Okay.
presentation.
Right, this is one for clarification.
Good evening, Bible Tenente, Bible council members that are here, Superintendent Dr. Layton, School Board President Mark Flores, members of the school board, administrators, principals, teachers, parents. My name's Fisher Lujan. I am one of the Tiwa language instructors. I'm located at Taos High School. I'm gonna do a short presentation on what is our language program doing in the public schools. So the first one is a mission statement. Tiwa language, program to restore, preserve, and sustain our ancestral language and maintain our cultural way of life of our people by engaging our community in a lifelong commitment to the preservation of the Tiwa language through mutual respect and collaboration for the intergenerational wellness of our Taos Pueblo community. Tiwa classes, in the public school, they are taught at Enos Garcia Elementary. We have 6 students there. At Taos Middle School, we have 17 students, and at Taos High School, we have 18 students that are taking the Tiwa class. Next video. So we have, 4 staff members, that are teaching the language in the school district. We have Mary Martinez, who's our program coordinator. She's the one that teaches the Tiwa class at Taos Middle School. We have Joanne Romero, who teaches at Enos Garcia Elementary, and myself, who, I teach at Taos High School, and we have Michelle Kuncha, who teaches Tiwa at Taos Public Head Start and at Vista Grande High School. Our highlights. Our highlights from January to this month is we have the biliteracy sales student recipients for 2025. Our theme for this year is keeping the language alive. Taos Middle School, they're learning the Taos Pueblo flag song. At Taos High School, with the principal, Miss Emmy Martinez de Herrera and Miss Matz, we're working on having Tiwa 4, which is seniors, to be honors class. So we've been meeting, talking, and we would like to see Tiwa 4, the senior students, to be recognized as an honors class. We are starting a mentors program with the Taos High School. We have a student right now who's interested in being a mentor. He's fluent, and we'll be working with Miss Emmy and Mr. Tyndall. If he could continue this mentor on Fridays and work at Enos Elementary. The 2 students with the cap and gowns were our recipients for the bilingual biliteracy sale. The picture on the left side, those are my 5th period Tiwa student. They work on their language through flashcards. It's written in English, but they are to say those words in Tiwa. Our theme for this year is keeping the Tiwa language alive, and they work together in groups like this. I think that's, and then this one here is the middle school. Those are students at Taos Middle School. And a couple of those students have been taking Tiwa since they've been at Enos Elementary. And they just go from Enos to Taos Middle School and then to Taos High School. Is that the last?
No, not yet.
Okay, go ahead, next please. So this here is the Taos Middle School. They are learning the Taos Pueblo flag song, and Francisco Velarde is, he goes over there to teach the students how to sing our flag song.
Cool.
In conclusion, I want to say ta'a. for listening to our presentation of, well, how we teach our Tiwa in our public schools. And this month is, Native American Heritage Month. We're looking at rock your mops, land acknowledgements to be read in the schools. Hopefully we get to do some beadwork classes. Renita has been a big advocate and teaching students like our seniors how to make moccasins so they can wear them for graduation. And that's a whole month process, but they do make their own moccasins, and we're looking at a bead work, traditional cooking to make fry bread and Pablo cookies. We'll be looking at artists, authors, musicians to come in and work on our Native American Heritage Months.
Does the board have any questions or comments? Ms. Daley? Board member question?
Thank you, President Flores. Thank you, Tribal Government, and all our community members for being here. And thank you, Renetta, for the report. I want to first thank all the boots on the ground, Ms. Lujan, and all the teachers that, and the liaisons that go the extra mile. I've heard great things on the extra steps that you guys take, to support our Native American students. And, it also leads to the importance of after-school programming, not just on the district level, but also on the tribal level with our Indian education program. I know that we're doing a lot of restructuring, but it's also good to have a UNM representative and to maybe utilize that role a little bit more and see if maybe she needs assistance, because in order for our students to think about higher education, they need to graduate. So, but help her focus a little bit more on our high school graduates so we can see those numbers increase. I would also like to get some information on how we're keeping up with the Ozzie Martinez implementation plan and what can be utilized from that as far as resources to help our graduates and that number increase. And also with the increase of the Indian education grant funding, if that can be factored in somehow, if there's resources needed pertaining to Ozzie Martinez, that can be utilized. And so big congratulations on the increase in reading, math, and science scores. And you know, small increases, small feats are huge considering what we're coming out of COVID and whatnot. And really just reaching out to those students that are struggling and getting down to what the barriers are, whether it's attendance or transportation. And yeah, I know that you guys are sharing the data, right, with Indian education and without a director, I know it's really hard, or an assistant, but in light of that, being able to communicate more with our Taos Public Board, I would really like to take more initiative on that end and just, you know, staying in touch. And I would really like to meet the Native American liaisons and, you know, have them maybe introduced at some point, the new hire. And was just wondering if there's been an increase in IEC participation and what are those barriers? I know you guys have tried everything, that includes community members, parents, tribal government, across the board, but I've heard some great things about the activities that take place, providing food, being flexible. Aside from that, you know, just how can we work together to increase that participation? Yeah, again, I think just seeing those numbers in the Tiwa language classes, I hope to see, you know, more recipients of the seal. And also I'm just curious on who determines who receives those seals.
The bilingual biliteracy seal recipients are seniors who's been taking the Tiwa language classes at the high school. They start their application process, this month. And when they're ready to get their bilingual seal, it's the tribal government that, makes that recommendation. When students are recommended to the tribal council, they get a list of students that have applied to receive their bilingual seal. Then they go into the governor's office and there they are asked questions all in Tiwa. And their responses in Tiwa as well. This year, I'm really proud of my seniors. I have some that are fluent, some that are right, in the middle, and some are still, beginners. I have 5 recipients this year, and that's the largest, senior class, that are gonna go for their bilingual biliteracy seal, and 5, that's a lot of students. We have 1 female and 4 boys, yeah. So our girls are stepping up more and getting more comfortable to say, I'm gonna do this, cause I know my language, I can speak it, I understand. So I'm proud of my girls too.
Yeah, this year there was like 3 kids in high school that came to our governor's office and we had questions that we have to ask. And they would have to ask and our tail language, and they did very good.
It's good to know what they're walking.
Yes.
The last thing I have as far as, land acknowledgements, a few years ago, I had heard a land acknowledgement at a county meeting, and then we have the one with the school board, and I had approached, I believe it was the 2022 administration about maybe solidifying the land acknowledgements that's across the board, that's approved by tribal government. There's a few versions going around. And I believe, at the time, Danny Lucero said that they were gonna work on it. That was kind of towards the end of their term, but, I think just for, possible consideration from tribal government to just have one, solidified land acknowledgement that entities within the town and the schools and everybody could use, so that it's not just constantly changing to whatever. Like I said, I've heard of a few different versions of it, but, I do, agree that, the land acknowledgement is very important, not just at these meetings, but with these events.
For unfortunately, one thing that I'd like to comment on that is the school district, which I'm very proud of, is we were the first institution in the county to do the land acknowledgement statement, and that was in collaboration with tribal government. Since then, the town of Taos government followed suit with the same acknowledgement that the school district uses. And I do hear you in the sense that the Taos County has now started to acknowledge the land, but it is a different land acknowledgement statement.
Thank you. And then I promise, Superintendent Lee, and if I can address, one of the items, Board Member Concha, we, part of our TESRA report was a tracking of our parent participation. We do see about, I want to say 25 to 30 participants in the IEP meeting. So again, going back to what you had said, us partnering with tribal education department and them providing that first part of the meeting where it is something that the parents are learning and they're able to work together with their students in that meeting. We did see an increase from what it had previously been, which some of the meetings were, as you know, you participated in them. There were probably 3 or 4, and most of it was, the administration that was participating in the meeting. So we do have regular attendees that come and bring their issues and concerns and help us develop our program throughout the year. Our largest increase was during the end of school year event, which we saw an increase from what it was the previous year. When we had close to 60 participants in that one for the graduation, and we're looking at expanding that as well.
No, you don't. And then I think they just had one more, in regards to, the scheduling of it was second to the last, the celebrations. It was a good turnout, but I was understanding that there was kind of a little bit confusion on the scheduling of the calendar and the location. There was some last minute changes and just, to avoid the confusion of all that, because tribal government is busy, and for us to have changes so suddenly and abrupt, just a little bit hard to schedule, and for maximum participation and turnout, we could work on scheduling the space and time and all of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Lieutenant Governor, thank you for having us. I was just wondering if you'd like to take a look at the land acknowledgement statement, and if you'd have any changes that you'd like to make at some point, and let us know. If you feel good about it, that's great. If you think that you'd like to change it, or your group would like to change it, then we would certainly be open for that. The invitation is out for you to do that.
What the name change?
The land acknowledgement statement that we read at the beginning of each meeting. It's a semantic and sorry, I should have clarified that.
That was initiated by our tribal government.
At the time, I just wondered if take an update and see.
And also,
You don't have to do it right now.
Yeah, you don't have to do it now.
Yeah, but if you wanna work on it, or if you have any suggestions,
Oh,
I'd be very open to that.
all this, so.
You wanna take a copy with you?
I love it.
Oh, you do, okay. Well, we'd love to hear from you. Either yea or nay or
Vice
nay.
President,
Next.
Okay, sounds great.
if we should adopt, tribal government should adopt this specific land acknowledgement, we do have our new communications manager, Vesta Durad, who can, take that to all the entities and just, for memo wise, signed by governor saying this is the land acknowledgement that we would like to utilize, and everybody could be on the same page. And
I thought that we made
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
comments, questions?
Yeah, I was talking to William Concha, and I know my wife is in regards to Spanish department, but William Concha definitely should be notified when the bilingual seal for the Pueblo is, obviously this is right at home for, and all of us too. I mean, let us know so we can make arrangements, and, I know things get bumped around, and, just Lupan and I have gotten really tight. Where's she? Yeah, just, because we want to be there. We want to, this is a celebration at the end of the year. The kids worked hard. I mean, 12 years of school, 13, considering, pre-K, it's actually 14 now. So yeah, we're all in this together. We're all community. We will see each other again, and it's a celebration. Yeah, we can make it. Let us do. Yeah.
Thank you for everything. Any further comments? I have some comments, and I think it's something that we all already know. I believe it's very important that as a school district that we continue to emphasize the importance that our Native American students play in our school system. Taos would not be Taos if it was not for our Taos Pueblo tribe and peoples. They are who and what make Taos. We also need to recognize our responsibility as a school district to do everything we can for our Native American students. I have a question, Superintendent. What would be the possibility of establishing a Native American Education Department in Taos Municipal School District that, or do we already have something that is somewhat considered?
Well, this is the department that Mr. Lupan actually works with, but if we're talking about a separate department itself, or.
Or I think like an actual title that it gives significance to our nation. I know that we have various staff that plays, because you know, it's hard to funding, of course. But I think by having a Native American Education Department, if that's not the title, but something that specifically identifies, you know, the relevance and importance of educating our Native American students, our Taos Pueblo students. I think it is something I'd like to have looked into.
We can definitely look at the possibility and see what some of the criteria is and pass it through programs and. Then we'll receive, see what's the possibility and let you know if we're able to or what we need to work through.
And then, some other things I wanted to talk about real quick is, I heard through conversations, throughout the community that a lot of our Native American students don't feel, very inclusive within the walls of our schools. And I would like to challenge the district to be creative and to try to find ways where we could celebrate Native American heritage, our Taos Pueblo people. I was real happy to see the slide here that talks about that we're working more and more to include curriculum within cultural literature, shall I say, but if there's a ways that we could introduce curriculum that is blessed and approved by tribal government here at Taos Pueblo, I would, the thought that we have Native American students for Taos wouldn't be Taos if it wasn't for them and their culture, and they don't feel at home within our schools. If there's ways that we could maybe paint a mural within our school walls, that celebrates Taos Pueblo with the, you know, of course, approval from tribal government. I really wanted to challenge us to work to be more inclusive of our Native American students. You know, seeing our graduation rates fall, I know we can't, we're not here to fault or point blame, but that is discouraging, and we always have more work to do, and there's always challenges that we face to raise the bar and raise the achievement levels. Many years back, under a previous superintendent, we had cultural sensitivity training where they would, I'm not sure who was selected for field trips or taken to Taos Pueblo. I think at the beginning of the school year to introduce students who would not regularly visit the Pueblo. They would come and I think it's very important. This is one, if not the oldest, continually inhabited place in Native America. So to be able to bring our students here, I think open their eyes to what Taos Pueblo is, would highlight our Native American students and make them, help them feel more important. And I think that, being that our Native American population is a small population versus a lot of the other ethnicities in our school, you know, they tend to probably be a little reclusive or kind of not feel the importance that they should feel. So I really would like us to think outside the box. I know it takes a lot of work to change the course of a ship and to change the cultures that have been established in institutions, but you know, I would hope that, you know, with these meetings that we have, these conversations that we have, that they start something that, you know, in 2 years, 3 years, even hopefully sooner, we can look back and see the difference that we made. We've come a long way with Taos Pueblo in our relationships with them, and I've been on this board for a long time. I've seen this shift, and we've done a lot of work. I've been able to work with and see Miss Lujan here, and she's so valuable to the the day that she decides to retire, man, I sure hope we have somebody to step in and replace her, and they're gonna have big shoes to fill. But hearing that our students, our Native American students, just don't feel at home in our schools, troubles me, because they should feel like, you know, this is their land, this is their school, and whatever we can do to decorate our walls, to, you know, I'm thinking murals, I just see this insignia here, if we could just do more little things, that would invite inclusivity. And that's, you know, that, yes. No, I just, I don't wanna speak hollow words and just say things to try to sound, you know, meaningful. I really want us to try to do something.
Absolutely, and if I can address, some of the areas that the district is working on superintendently. And
Great.
when we do look at our curriculum, one of the shifts when we go back to Yazzie Martinez is that the district does require, that we do have a presentation from somebody from Taos Pueblo, and it's usually from the Taos Pueblo Education Department that is sitting on that committee when we are selecting our resources. We do follow the NMPED high quality instructional materials rubric, which does require us to look at how things are addressed culturally. So that component is something that we are required as a district to do. We do follow that with Yazzie Martinez, whether it's enforced at the PED level or not. The district has taken that responsibility on. Whoever's looking at the material selection, that is the one requirement that we make sure that we're representing all of the subgroups from Yazzie Martinez in the selection of the materials. This year, we're looking at math materials for the district. Last year, it was the science materials that we had adopted, and the school board had adopted as well. With the murals, that has been a little bit of a more difficult challenge. We've written it into our grants to provide money for that cultural component so that the students have that identity piece when they're in the school site. That is one of our needs assessment goals, the cultural identity for our students within the school system. One of the issues that we were running into and we were working with Ms. Bettina Sandoval is trying to find an artist who can come out and help with the painting of a mural. We did have a spot picked out at the high school that we were going to do it at, but it's fallen through with the artist. So you know, we're still asking around to look and see who we can get as an artist. And you know, if anybody has any recommendations, like
Contacted them when, that I cross paths with a mural artist, so I'll get that information.
please do. That is something that we've been wanting to do with the district, and we do have money set aside for that piece because it does address the needs assessment. And then going back to if there were students who were feeling like they weren't included in the school system or feeling left out of it, if you could provide those names to us so that we can reach out to the family.
I don't have names, I just heard, you know, the discussion that I was watching where some of our students just don't feel, they didn't specify what in particular. I think it's kind of been over the course of history, and now we're addressing it, so it's, I think, the older generation spoke to the fact that, you know, when we went through our schools and even feel like it was at home. It's something I want to make sure that we're continuing to work on. Yeah.
And that is a conversation that we had with Ms. Sandoval as well, and she had brought this issue up to us for us to really think on, you know, how do we help our families to feel comfortable in the school system where they weren't feeling comfortable in the school system. And that was something that, you know, looking at our liaisons and how they can reach out to the families and help support them to have conversations with our educators and our administrators so that they are feeling more comfortable, and we're trying to change what had happened in the past to them, but still acknowledge that that did happen to them in the past.
Mr. President, we have a question.
Mr. Lujan?
I agree with President Flores. I think there's enough material, research material to have a class on Pueblo history or Native American history that could be taught at UNM as well. There's a presentation next week at UNM at the Colorado campus on Blue Lake history, right? Oh, it's tomorrow, I'm sorry. Well, it's tomorrow.
What
I
time?
was hoping it was next week, but, you know, that whole history of our fight for Blue Lake could be a class in itself. There was a book written by, R.C. Gordon McCutcheon. And, Frank Waters wrote a book, you know, based on that, called, The Man Who Kills a Deer. There's a lot of other, books that have been written on the subject, and that could be easily fit into a curriculum. And, you know, I'm sure our hospital kids would wanna sign up because very few of them know about that history. And like you said, all the older guys that helped during that struggle with the US government are now gone. You know, the only one left is Mr. Gilbert Swazik Senior, and he's, you know, getting up there in age. So there's, you know, a lot of history here that we share with the town and with the Hispanic folks. You know, there's books written about the Jews that were Spanish and Jewish and how they were ostracized, and but they found Taos to be the greatest place because a lot of the businesses in the early 20th century were owned by Jewish Hispanic people. And there's streets named after them like Historic and, you know, other history like that should be brought to the forefront. Especially here in our community, because our children need to know that. Because with the advent of the internet and phones, and cell phones, and all this electronic stuff that our kids easily break out, and you know, they even go to bed with it sometimes, you know. It's like, you know, it's easily accessible, so why not make our history just as accessible, you know? I think this Malari is.
So I can follow up on that with a question to Mr. Netta. How is the curriculum selection done? Because I know a few years back, that quite some time back, I was on an equity council with the Taos Middle School on, you know, just the CLR, the culturally linguistically relevant curriculum. And as of today, I don't know that it went anywhere. And so I'm just wondering how you guys think the curriculum or how the curriculum is selected and it's part of the equity council or what.
President Flores, Superintendent Megan, Board Member Concha, it is following the NMPED rubric. If I may, follow up with it so I can provide the school board with a summary of what it does look like. The culturally relevant component is a part of the selection of the curriculum. I do want to address what Mr. Lujan said. It was brought up at our past IEC meeting by one of our parents requesting that we do include a Native American cultural studies class at the high school. So we're looking into how we can provide a class for that. Again, we're gonna look at what that credit does look like. But again, it's going back to our IEC meetings, having our parents there, them expressing what their wants and needs are for the community and how we can address them. And then us as the Native Ed program has to see how we can implement those at each of the school sites. So we are looking at one of those courses for our students. Again, it had been there previously and we had Bruce Gomez was our teacher who was responsible for that program, but I think it went away after we didn't have a teacher that could provide that class to our students, and we're looking at how can we bring that back for our school system.
Right, like the combination of municipal history as well as local
Yes.
history, because there are so many tribal communities in the state of New Mexico.
Correct.
So, all that, Lieutenant Governor, this lady in the back, do you have a question? And we typically don't engage the audience, but if we don't read their Taos Pueblo, and I want to make sure that we know everybody is heard, so.
Okay, thank you, President Flores. I'm sorry I'm not familiar with the school board, but I'm glad that you guys are here at Taos Pueblo and here to be a part of our land and our culture. And I am a Tewa language teacher at Mr. Grande. So it's not awkward for me, but I wanted to share that last year we had one bilingual student she received her seal, and this year we have two. So we work very much in conjunction with each other as to what the curriculum is, and it's based on our 10 cultural foundations. And that whole curriculum is approved by them. We don't do anything unless they say it's okay. Listening, planning and everything for them. I am a former, not a former, I'm a parent of 3 former House High School graduates. And so back in the day, when you're talking about, when you're talking about African American students not feeling welcome. Well, I know Renita will attest to the fact that we were part of the Indian Education Committee. And I remember April was a significant month, but we used to have powwows. And we used to, I mean, every year, I think we had powwows for what, 10 years? And that was included for our native students from each school to come and be a part of it. And, include them, we included tribal government, we included the school board, and it was so much fun. We raised money, for the students to go on end of the year's trips. Everything that we did in the education community was really our time, we got paid for it, parents, people, supporters, it was all donated, so if we could bring that back somehow, at the end of the year. Student celebration of learning, that would be something that we could look into as IEC, IEC committee. The other thing I wanted to, speak on was Bruce, the one is this, teach the Native American Studies program. And he did include the late history, and he did include the super history, the Pueblo Revolt, everything that pretty much House and House Pueblo will always be out of the box, because that's just who we are. We're just innovative, we're very progressive people here, within our Pueblo is, within all the people that are, town of Taos. And so I think we need to get back to that, because those are how that's how we all, because we're all on the same level, so as a former, as a parent of former students, I was very much involved. We even had our house, Garcia, student, we had a culture club, which we took our students, went to Wetzel, was the liaison over there. We took them to the roundhouse, they danced on the floor of the roundhouse, for Indians. Indian, so that's our students, not only from the high school, all the way to the kindergarten, were all involved. So we could get in touch with that, I'm sure parents would be totally wanting that, to get, parents to be more involved and to donate, to volunteer. And then when they see their parents doing that, we're coming into the schools and we're getting involved. I think that's where we need to hit on that. Is that parents need to be involved, for their students to be more involved. So I just wanted to think on that, and just thank you for being here.
Thank you, Miss, for your comments, Lieutenant Governor.
Oh, yeah, one more thing. And we are inviting, now that you're here, with the empty minute, like the, pensé que otro man. Una kikina tisgoan sa create the old. The Umoyaki, the Almond, you know, man, Korean, Tiahon. But that, way it unmentioned high school.
Absolutely.
Yeah, then, already not bad, maybe. Another he's not be not bad, maybe. But only almond into, then I came at you. Yeah, they,
Okay. Just asking me to come to the high school with their work, language and all that. And I said, you didn't have time, you don't have time in the run, but we're making. And everyone else was there with the women, acknowledged it, so I didn't say, where those are. But anyways, I have problem with respect for our lands that are here. So one time there was, time memorial, there was just us, the little people that lived here. And there was a trade route that went from east to west. And there's some all different tribes come visit. Treat, and that's how we, that to meet all these people, that were being treated. dances and songs and all that kind of stuff. And we've been here forever, time memorial, and some things happened where, you know, we got in this, uprising. At the time, I heard from my grandfather, there were Hispanics, but they lived with us in the Valley River. They lived, and those are the people that helped us, you know, during the war, you know, like we had to take out people out here. That's how my grandmother spoke Spanish. And my grandfather also, actually told me that there are some people that lived, or I brought them in. And they were very nice to us, and we were very nice to them, for protection also. But other than that, we just respect the land, and we respect everything that's around us, it's all living. They hear us, we talk, we pray. And we try to get that same respect to everyone that live here in culture. And I don't like any kind of animosity going on us to come together as a group and live like that. Of course, there are people from outside that are coming in and coaching us, you don't know what's going on. And we try to change things. But we're rooted here. And we love our people, our lands. And we're a strong people here at House Pueblo. And we try to express things to the outside world, how we live. And we plan, we are. And there's some people here that went to high school that's outside, graduated here. I've known some people here that are here right now, they're very brothers. And I know I have a lot of friends here in Taos, Hispanic. And they're friends with me, and I know I acknowledge them a lot. But go back to a man in Longspent, care for a man. He tried not to trash it, you know, we help take things, take it in, take it out. So it's our ancestral lands where we were born. Every one of us, and we love it. And we're gonna be here for a long time to come. We have our pueblos that survived tornadoes, earthquakes, floods. They're still standing there since time memorial. So that's something to think about. Love the way the stories come, but maybe that will be expressed in our school someday, you know, with students. And we're talking about murals. That would be a great idea. I think I do have an artist that, you know, if I ever went to Holy Cross, there's a painting of a lady and a baby. She painted that, you know, it's, you know, it would talk to her about it.
Denver Senators, great information on him.
Growing up in the '60s, I remember when there's hardly any vehicles around. All they rode was wagons, horseback. I used to live in a village where my grandparents would wake me up and get up, and I could hear the train, you know, the rattling and the wagons going by. And of course, you know, I would wake up to the water buckets for my grandmother and all that. And there was a gas station in the Pueblo. Grandfather worked there, used to pump those old fashioned pumps. You have to go in and fill it, 25 cents a gallon, or something like that, you know. 5 cents, or you can buy a lot of stuff for 5 cents, you know. And compared to then and now, it's so ridiculous. $25 now today. You know, it's like textbook. And I've seen a lot of changes in my life. I saw people, you know, cutting hay, you know, in their wagons, you know, and doing the wheat thing, you know, like turning the horses to step on it. I saw that, you know. And it's a very strong area, strong place, still going the same way as it was in the past. And that's what we got to just we don't talk about it too much, but you know, love it. I'm for that. And, you know, the Danny Lodge, you know, it all pertains to that. I heard my secretary of Taos Pueblo wrote in the paper quite a bit. And it brought tears to a lot of people. What's the heart? You know, just the way he wrote it, and then they come from grandfathers, and people be heard. And we only that. So I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, it's lovely, don't be sorry. I enjoyed every minute of it.
And I've been all over the country, all over the world, and I'm a veteran. And I see things, like how things are in other worlds. In other countries are, I was glad to come back, it's so different. I feel good. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant
Thank
Porter.
you, thank you very much.
Yes, Miss, you.
Very quickly back.
Hello, and Elena. Now I want to my photo as a put I am or mouth but the band that's the one. The way members of the school board, Superintendent Layton, and everyone in the audience. Hi, my name is Turquoise Chanel Velarde. I'm from Taos Pueblo and I'm also a Hickory Apache, so I do come from two tribal communities in northern New Mexico. Currently, I'm the Indigenous Outreach Coordinator for UNM Taos. I do a lot of work with Native students for all the Indigenous communities that we serve as an educational institution. One of those communities is Taos Pueblo, where I am from. And I do hold office hours at the Taos Pueblo Youth Trailer. I'm there on Mondays and Wednesdays and every first and third Fridays. The scope of my work is to, yes, support the Native student populations that are currently enrolled as students of UNM. But I also support the dual credit population that we are trying to tap into a little bit more. Yes, that does go into the high school population. I do understand that there is, the numbers for graduation rates. I myself went to Taos Municipal Schools growing up. So this work that I engage in is very close to me and my family, and sort of part of that hard work that I believe that we need more people like me in order to be out there and advocate and to really tell our story. As you know, Taos Pueblo is full of stories, and these stories are very different across the range from different families. So I speak from those different identity markers. One thing I will say is that there is what's called the Indigenous Wisdom Curriculum that comes out of the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. That is a curriculum that New Mexico PED embraces. And it's also a curriculum that has been worked on with tribal communities across the state, which we have 23 of them. And so that curriculum is very key, because when we talk about Native students in schools, identity, inclusion, belonging, it really starts in the classroom. It starts in places where we have instruction and instructional materials that are not relatable to Native students. When our Native students don't see ourselves, when we don't see ourselves in the curriculum, we feel forgotten. We feel like we don't belong, even in a place that's our own homelands. And so there are so many studies out there and so much research taking place right now where these types of things lead into further complications in life, like mental health issues, behavioral disorders, drug and substance addiction. And so with all that being said, we do have a great opportunity to create a different legacy and to shift our thinking in terms of how we serve Native students. I myself am engaged in a lot of conversations across the community of Taos with educators. I recently spoke at the renaming committee's meeting for Kit Carson. And what I will say is that sometimes, historically, we have to really go back to that and understand why privilege and power really matter, and really understand why Native students have purpose and place. Especially in this valley. I mean, everybody looks at our mountain every day, and I wonder, do they really know the strength of that mountain? Do they really know the teachings of that mountain and what kind of values, are created in the long term? Additionally, I think that it's really great to have you all here, and thank you for embracing such an informal meeting tonight. But that's what you're gonna get when you come to Taos Pueblo, things that are done differently. Tomorrow, we are hosting an event called the Return of Blue Lake film screening at Flower Campus. It's gonna be at 2:30 p.m. And we have invited many esteemed dignitaries from across the state to come and learn about tribal sovereignty at Taos Pueblo, and how the Taos Pueblo community and leaders at that time were really the leaders in tribal sovereignty and self-determination. We learned a lot of history about my people, but that shouldn't stop there. At this Kit Carson meeting, renaming committee meeting, I talked about having performative leadership and having really active leadership. And so in regards to the land acknowledgement piece, I just wanted to share with you all that UNM Taos is engaging in reshaping our land acknowledgement, and we're doing so directly with the tribal council and with the governor's office. And I do applaud those who are already speaking to that process and really helping others to understand what protocol looks like and all of that. So I would just ask that folks within these leadership roles and positions really try to make yourselves present in the community, a little bit more visible. I would love for the students and the families I work with to be able to say, hey, I know that's a school board member. Oh, hey, I know that's my superintendent for the school my child goes to. Visibility is so important, especially when our community sees others. That creates the culture of caring, and it creates also the culture of sharing. When we're ready to share, we will. But to understand and respect tribal protocol is just as important. So I would invite you to come out to our event tomorrow. We will have Taos Pueblo tribal leadership there. Mr. Lujan will be there. So it's tomorrow at 2:30. Doors open at 2. So you're all welcome to come out. And just for more context, my role is yes to work with Native students within the high school. But that's also an ongoing process. My role just started in August. Previously, I was the community schools director for Taos County. And so shifting my role back to UNM has been really great, but also it takes time to create some of this programming. I would love to be more of support to you all in any way that I can. As again, being a student of this community and a lifelong student of the community. I would love to support anyone in the room as well, not just our school members and our superintendents here. So Ta'a, thank you for letting me speak this evening. Thank you for embracing a very informal meeting tonight as well.
What hall? What hall? What hall?
Oh, tomorrow?
Yeah.
It's gonna be at Padre Martinez Hall, yeah.
Mr. Any other question?
Thank you.
President, Flores, and Superintendent, I just have a question. I remember back in the spring, the school board has received a flag, Taos Pueblo flag. And I don't know if the governor's staff knows about that. And what was supposed to happen with these flags is they were supposed to be flown at the high school and I think at the different schools. And I still haven't seen that flag get put up at Taos High School. And we had talked about this, that's where they were gonna get put up. The last time I asked, they said that they were gonna put up the poles. So I was just wondering, is that still gonna happen? Is our Taos Pueblo flag still gonna be flown at Taos High School like it was presented for? I did see it at the football games. They did bring it in and it was an honor to see our Taos Pueblo flag coming in with the states and the New Mexico flag. So that was my question is it still gonna get flown, put up at the high school? Thank you.
I'll have to look into that because I don't know when it was presented, so.
Yeah, we'll work on that, Mr. Lujan. I do recall being on the board and the plans and intentions were to plant flags, so we'll get that taken care of.
Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for that discussion, very wonderful discussion, and so for the sake of time, I'm gonna move forward to item 9, student outcomes. We have our campus principal presentation. 9.1 is Cyber Magnet School Board presentation. Dr. Cherry Malaki.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, Superintendent Layton, tribal members and Superintendent Mondragon, my colleagues right here, this is Spray. I know that their faces are smiling at me right now, maybe say, you touch them maybe quick. Okay, I really have a lot of learnings of the discussion in terms of culture and language and whatever we do to make it all be preserved, because I come from a home country with a lot of indigenous people. In fact, before coming here to the USA back in 2018, I was able to compile a multilingual illustrated dictionary. I wasn't able to validate that. it's still nagging in my head right now because it has to be validated. It's part of my commitment to the indigenous language preservation in my home country, the Philippines. Because I believe, and I think it's common for all the Native Americans as well, for all the native initiatives that we need to preserve the language because it is the foundation of the nation. The language and culture are considered to be the greatest treasure of the nation. Now, when one of our community members here said that there is a purpose for Native American students, yes, there is, because they strengthen the foundation of the nation. And that's what we need to consider as well as we proceed with CLRE, Yasi Martinez case, and all of the initiatives in all schools of the USA. That's supposed to be the focus, because that's the foundation of the nation. And that's where my heart is well. So going back to my Stronger Together, I'd like to acknowledge as well that Cyber Magnet, as you probably have heard, we have a lot of challenges at the beginning of the year, and that is a reality. And I guess these challenges also are also seen in some sites across the board. But I'd like to let everybody understand and know that we developed a spirit of many hands make wonders, and many hands make work a little lighter. With the challenges that we have, we grow from learning from each other, learning with our students, learning with the parents, learning with the community. And so whenever we have staffing challenges, we come together as one body to help each other. So I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of course, our Superintendent Layton, Associate Superintendent Mondragon, and of course, the other people that help together. Whenever we call for help, they come, most especially in the district office. So I'd like to also acknowledge Mr. Marcus Herrera, Dr. William Royal, Dr. Martins as well, and Mr. Diego Trujillo, and Miss Melissa Eager for taking care of trying her best for the NM- plan, CSI planning and budgeting, and taking care of Edgenuity. And I'd like to acknowledge also Miss Nicole Atienzo Mora, because she's taking care of we are coming together to help with attendance plan, making sure that you're compliant with the deadlines, and there's a lot of deadlines that, I could not even think about it. Ms. Ray Lujan, we're taking care, advocating for our Native American students in the Cyber Magnet. Ms. Margot Valdez for taking care of our SEL program and taking care of the emotions, and even I myself, I'm also part of those that needed to have a lot of, emotions that should be taken very, Okay, so then we have Mr. Gonzalez. What's the first name of Mr. Gonzalez? There's another Enrique also was always there to help us out. Mr. Alipio for taking care of our fire drill. Miss Andrea Trujillo. I also would like to acknowledge Miss Juliana Matsus taking care of helping us with transcript reviews, which is one of our focus for the site monitoring business. So when we look at our slides right now, we do have the Cyber Magnet at the beginning of the year, and I think this was also followed from last year. We do have our schedule, which is seen as and posted and given to our students, and subs provided with the binders. That is included, but they're scheduled for 25, 26, so that students would be able to, look into the schedule and make sure that we follow that. And then for the next slide, we, for foundation goal number 1, we are focusing on student achievement. We, a Cyber Magnet school, we could consider a lot of initiatives to make it more self-paced academics and meeting with New Mexico standards. We make sure that there is an in-person learning, 5 days a week for stronger attendance with in-person tutors, and making sure that students are following Edgenuity schedules. We do have tutors that are currently in the building. We also have subs. And then when we have challenges with staffing, that's where we call everybody to come and help. So we have rotations, especially that we are still trying our best to stabilize Cyber Magnet. We make sure that tutoring is personalized with small group sizes. And then we have to, with the small group sizes, we are able to track our students, and students would be given a chance to take care of their mental health as well, and to be able to get into looking at what supports are they wanting or they needing in terms of getting them on track with graduation rates. We do have dual credit opportunities. Some of our students, sometimes in the afternoon, they go to UNM to attend classes, and then they come back and continue with their instructions in the classroom. And for the next slide, we have graduation rate, which is for school year 24-25. We do have 89.7%, and we have a target school rate for school year 25-26 as 100%. Well, it might sound very, very, should I say 100%, we are thinking about 2 students graduating this year. We do have 2 students that are on track for graduation based on the current transcript review and based on their performance with Edgenuity. So that attendance report is like a 2-week snapshot at the beginning of the year, but I will go back to the discussion of that as we proceed with, I'd like to connect that to the discussion of the recommendations of our beginning of the year site visit. So let's proceed to the next slide. I'll come back on that. So we have an attendance plan team. It's composed of attendance plan coordinator, Ms. Nicole Atensu Mora is also taking big part of putting on the attendance plan. And we have the cyber, of course, I was there. We have 2 teachers and we have student participation as well. So with the student participation, we're talking about some challenges that we are facing to make it more realistic. We listen to their voice. They have fears, actually. They have the anxiety that, are we going to proceed? Will be the staff, will be this and that? Will we make sure that with the participation on rotation basis of the members of the team, admin, mostly central office as well. So they knew that we are there together as a team, only on rotation basis to be able to make instruction flow and to make sure that they're not left out. Okay, so for the next slide, that is our site school improvement and transformation 25-26 beginning of the year monitoring visit summary. I understand that as of last year, Cyber Magnet is on a traditional school designation. And then we have, and the district also decided to stay with the support of the Priority Schools Bureau and the New Mexico Public Education to be able, so that we'll be able to ensure that we stay on that or we improve our designation based on their recommendation and based on how we analyze our needs, making sure that the action steps are followed and making sure that we are on track with our target for our Cyber Magnet students. So when we look at that, we have success and celebrations, of course, and we celebrate this together with the team, and also we celebrate this with the families and then mostly with our students. So we have officially launched 14 students enrolled for the school year. But we are approaching to the 16 cap for Cyber Magnet. 2 students are already on track of graduation. And then we have daily attendance carefully monitored. And then we have designated teacher overseeing Edgenuity coursework, which is Miss Melissa Eager. Thank you very much for the help. And then we do have a bi-weekly progress updates to families from Edgenuity. And this one underscores the school's strong commitment to student success and family partnership. So when PED came to visit, we were able to identify our 4-year cohort. And we are targeting really to have a goal of 100% for graduation this year. Okay. So for the next slide, we have the number of students for 2026 4-year cohort, which is enrolled as of, we have 14 students. 3 of them have transferred, and then 2 are on track for graduation for 2026, which makes it 18% for a 4-year cohort who are currently enrolled in the school and on track to graduate in 2026. For our next slide, so I think that's another portion that talks about cohorts for graduation. We do consider teacher observations, subs, tutors observations, and Power School, SIS and special programs and Ingenuity reports and Panorama as our, sources of information to get all the data. We might be having more, but as of the visit, we presented those, venues for us to present the data or to gather the data. So, according to a recommendation based on the needs that we, identified, a system number one or practice number one, a system to ensure accurate and timely records for enrollment, transfers, dropouts, and other movements have to be made. And so we acknowledge that there's a little gap in terms of enrollment, in terms of how we do the transfers and how we track them, the dropouts and other movements of students. So we acknowledge that there has to be a system in place that needs to be, so that students will be monitored. And in the report of Ms. Renetta, even if students are coming from Cyber Magnet and they transfer to different schools, whatever achievement they have or regression they have in other schools, we are being impacted. So then we might as well just come together and monitor the students and help each other for them, whichever school they go. Okay, so number two is, it's taking its time. Okay, for this, the suggestion and recommendation is that we need to have an urgent need to strengthen the student record system. So as of right now, I worked closely with Ms. Rona to be able to get that number one, to be able to get the system on how to monitor attendance of our students. I observed based on the previous slide, I observed that the way I check the attendance is more on how many students come to school today, which is it's really easy to check. But in checking the attendance, we have to check each of the coursework and in Ingenuity, not only their presence in school, because they do have there's a different way of checking it. And I have to make sure that there's a system that is consistent with how they're being checked with Ingenuity and how they're being checked, so that we can track the attendance and we would know if they're improving or we have gaps that we need to fill in. Then we considered that so we were able to identify the cohort for graduation, and that's a good thing. We're able to do our transcript review based on the students' current courses. And so that in that way, we're able to know, even with those students that are 7th grade or 8th grade, we know that they're already on track. And then there's an ongoing academic advising. Unfortunately, I failed in my first session with academic advising because maybe that was the time when parents are having more priorities, but it will be an ongoing process where I call the parents, we sit down with the student, we look at their transcript, and we tell them, these are the things that you are needing, these are the credits that you are needing, these are the credits that you have accomplished, and this is where you need to track. And then we talk about some challenges. So that becomes an individual student with their parents' communication, so that it will be clear of how they proceed with graduation pathways. Okay. So that's the action step that we are doing as of right now. Academic advising for student ongoing, academic advising with parents, which is, I said to be announced, but I already announced it the other few days ago. We have transcript binder per student, and we need to revisit our transcript binder so that we would know what are some of the things or some of the information that we need to place in the transcript so that they could just have a chance, to go back to to their binders and ask questions and compile the necessary requirements for them to get supported academically in school and even with behavior. So we also have binders for tutors and subs in the classroom. So during those days that I started, the first few days that I started as assuming as a principal in Cyber Magnet, there will be a lot of questions about about scheduling, about even context of parents whenever there's an emergency. So I made a binder so that everybody's binder is accessible for everybody. We know parent contacts, because we also have to make sure that our students are picked up by parents or family members that are with educational rights based on their records in Power School. We need to make sure that our students are safe. And they're not going to be picked up and fetched by just anybody without their names there. So without the names of parents that should be responsible with their educational rights. We do have Ingenuity Bilingual Progress report sent home with students. And then, so that becomes an ongoing process. So for our next system. System number 2 is that the system needs to be done to track credit accumulation and recovery. And if you go to the next, so I could be a little bit quicker. So the action steps facilitated to address system number 2 as of right now is number 1, ongoing collaboration with high school counselors, support on social work and social emotional learning instruction, Edgenuity review on course catalog, bi-weekly reviews. We do have PD opportunities training on graduation tracking system, empower school sys and special programs. We have documentation of students' absences, medical notes, etc. And we put that in the binder so that if there are questions, we'll be able to pull them out and we have documentation. And if we have audit, we'll be able to get that ready. Okay, and then for our next system, I think we are on system number 3. There should be an observation and feedback coaching cycles to improve teaching, student engagement and learning. So if you go to the next slide. Or maybe not that yet. So coaching and learning, one of the professional development that we are thinking would be very much appropriate for the behavior and the mental health of our students is the very recent training we had with Raton. This is a restorative justice writing, and it's very timely, should I say. It's never too late because we need to give hope for our students and not to be very punitive with our measures. What we want is to heal the spirit of our students. Our cyber magnet students, same as other students, they do have a lot of very difficult, challenging situations. If you get punitive for them, not giving them hope and make them stop because that's what we feel is best for them, that's not gonna happen. We need to give them a chance to grow, to learn from their mistakes, just like any adults, just like us. We need to learn from our mistakes, and we don't have to make it as an end point that this is just the end of you. You're just gonna be punished. You've got to have that conversation so that they would know that in every mistake there is learning, and in every imperfection there is a room to grow, an opportunity to grow. Okay, so restorative justice, one of the strategies would be circle time, where we need to break the ice. Students can express their feelings. Students would be able to we get to know the students by asking a question, not meant to get into their privacy, but it's more like looking into how we be able to understand them by their answers. And it should be a time for us to get to know each other as an adult and to bridge the gap, because as you can see, we are in this generation, they are in that generation, there's a big gap. And so how would we make it a little bit closer to each other so that we understand each other and we help them grow together? I grow with them, they grow with me. I make, as a principal, there's a lot of things that are probably not what they wanted, but looking into the situation where we can talk, they will be able to express. And we have very, very strong students in Cyber Magnet. They advocate for each other. They even fight other people for their own peers. I think you've heard a lot of situations where they kind of just there on the field and they want to defend their peers because at some point they want to be a hero to others. And that could be one of the things that they wanted to be strong to advocate for their peers. So they express what they fear, they express what they need, they express as well. When we had our SEL materials delivered, they like it and they're enjoying it. We have, although there are some of the materials that we bought and then could not be used in an area like the pickleball. There was a problem with the pickleball because we were thinking, oh, we have the pickleball, but we don't have the area to play with it, or else if we let them play outside, we're gonna be breaking our windows and everything. So that is an opportunity for us to learn that they need that. Some of them like it. Kind of as material for them to breathe and, you know, to have a mental break and to able to get back their energy or to divert their energy to something like that. It might just be a game, but it's something for them to grow as well and to be able to self-regulate. So another one would be for the next slide. So one of these are the materials that I placed in the binder. We have the behavior matrix, which needs to be revisited. Based on our discussions with every Thursday instructional leadership meeting, we have to revisit the matrix as well, especially now that we want it to be more supportive. We want it to be more restorative justice kind of strategy. We do have the student demographics in the binder. We have parent contact, cell phone policy. We have to explain to them because students sometimes they say, what's a cell phone policy all about? So I have a documentation that this is coming from the approved by the board. And that's the signature of Dr. Later right there. I included that so that they would know that we are not only changing or making policies because we want it. No, it is agreed as a team, as the board, okay, as the whole district. We have the attendance checklist, we have class schedule and many things to be placed in there as an addendum as we move forward to discovering what needs to be placed in the binder. Okay, so for our next is that is one of the papers and the strategy, Ms. Margot, I'd like to acknowledge you on that. That has a great commendation from Priority Schools Neural and PED when they came. The daily wellness check-in is very much important and they love the idea that we do check in our students' emotions every morning, whether we are sad, happy, okay, sad, angry, sleepy, whatever they feel. And that's for us to do a temperature check every morning. And then that could also be a venue for us to talk as an adult and to support them. If they're okay with talking. And that's also one of the ways where we discover that students have a trusted adult in the building. Part of the strategies as well with restorative justice is to get a trusted adult or to identify trusted adult in the building. And with a trusted adult, you'll be able to support the student of their emotions. And then we'll be able to know the students more and the students would also know us more as trusted adults. Okay, so the next would be this is an example of an Edgenuity progress. I hope I made the name, make sure that the name is not there, only my name is there. Perfect. Okay, so then we have the Edgenuity progress report sample. So when you see the red marks, that tells that the student is behind by how many percentage. When you see the black mark, that means that the student is behind that percentage. So it is being monitored. Okay, I think to be very honest, the best practice is that once we get those red marks, we have to have a conferencing with the student one-on-one as to what happened, what are the gaps, what are the support that you are needing, so that we'll be able to help you get ahead of your Edgenuity coursework. So the next would be for number 2. I think I discussed that already. Let's just proceed to the next slide. Okay, so for goal number 3, for family and community engagement, we are planning on making field trips and community-based workshops like art, ecology, science, physics, math, and health sciences. In fact, I plan to invite the first person who's willing to come and talk about career pathways would be person I'm thinking from the forestry, because there's one student in our cyber magnet who is taking forestry class, and then the next would be about early childhood, because I think there are 2 or 3 that are very interested to become a teacher and to take care of their early childhood. So that's a good thing. So that we'll have a lot of teachers. You know what, we need more. Okay, and just this morning I was able to get a schedule with the Los Alamos Scholarship Foundation. They will be coming next week so that we will be able to offer to our graduating students and give ideas to our younger students about scholarships. So that they would have a tracking already on what to do and give them a vision about the supports in terms of scholarship for them to go to college. So, okay, for the next, we have, okay, so for goal number 4, we are looking at making sure that we improve culture, climate, wellness, and school safety. So whenever we have issues with safety, we have to make sure that we report it directly, making sure that Associate Mondragon is Superintendent Mondragon is being informed, and we connected with Mr. Marcus and of course Diego, so that we'll be able to make sure that we are safe, our students are safe. And then for wellness, we have Miss Margot, who's there most of the time. And we are thinking of doing outdoor education. The Ski Ride Club is coming up, so students are very interested about that. We would like to proceed and continue with art and music program. If we could find someone to come in, I think I saw one student already trying to there was one session I went to the kitchen because it was their break time, and one student was playing the guitar. Wow, that's good. I told him, "Can I take a picture of you?" He said, "I'm good." I didn't understand what's I'm good. What does it mean by I'm good? I was about to take a picture. I said, "No, mister, I'm good. I don't need a picture." Perfect. So honoring that, I did not take the picture, but he's he plays the guitar very well. And we also make sure that our environment is safe, supportive environment with small classes and adult presence. We also consider student voices and choice, emphasized in project-based learning. I know that I think in one of the pictures, have you shown the picture of Diego? He is making a tower, Legos, a tower Lego from here to there, to the roof, with all those small pieces of Legos. My question is, how did we make it and make it stand there? He said, let's just let this Lego tower stay for like 3 days. Yeah. So, well, we tried to talk about it. We tried to see how do you make it stand like that with all these bits of small pieces. He said, well, I look at the sizes, I look at the weight, I look at, they say, did you look at the color? No, the color doesn't matter. It's the size, the weight, the base and everything else. So that kind of conversation opens up a lot of concepts. Okay, and so the next is, I think, I'm almost there. So the current one that happened this morning is we did have a water bottle distribution to our students this morning. They're very happy. They have the chance to choose their colors. And then, so this water bottle is coming from the CSI brand. It's coming from CSI Grant. So each of them has a water bottle, and then they're there and they're happy about it. And I think there's more coming up. So there's a lot of funding in that particular grant. And one of the plans that we're thinking is to get a full-time social worker. Yes, we're working on that to get a full-time social worker for Cyber Magnet. And then, okay, so those are the very important things that's happening with Cyber Magnet. And now it's time for questioning and remarks, or I'm open for your ideas.
For Ricky.
This is great, Dr. Lucky, you did a great job.
Yes.
Question, since we woke up or went to bed, we're fortunate to have the bond passed. So this is just a question out of your take right now, and you're new in the community. Do you feel the Cyber Magnet School could move to the new middle school where the kids you think would benefit having their own wing?
Having their own wing, having their own identity, having all the locations would really help the kids.
Yeah.
But I'm not so sure which location should that be. That would be part of the
planning, yeah, the planning. As kids, you said they have their own language. I have a sophomore. And they do, I mean, and they get me hip. My daughter's telling me, okay, Dad, this is this, and I'm like, okay, this is interesting, so if I was, 15 or 14 and going to the administration building, that would be kind of a bummer. Versus going to, you know, where people look like them. And, you know, and they have their own wings, so that was my question.
Another thing would be that they would also benefit with having their own wellness room or their own restorative justice room. When we went to Raton, it's really a very good classroom right there, a small space for them, but they call it a Zen. They call it a Zen den, where everybody gets Zen, you know, even teachers can also be there at some point. It's also good, but because what I'm looking right now is they are in the kitchen. And I would say that, not to hurt anybody, I would say that the kitchen would not be the best place as of right now. But the students are very versatile, trying to make an adjustment. They knew and they understood there is a plan, but it might not be right now. So that would be one of.
Sometime in the future, no, but you saved that thought, that's a great idea. We've talked about restorative justice, you guys have the, and it's great, and the tone doesn't have that, no, you saved that thought, this is being recorded. And,
Yes.
you know, I'm just, you know, I know that's a small space, it's been cramped, it's, you know, those kids need their own space where they can feel, have more expression, you know,
Agreed.
and creativity and all the things that, we need to be whole.
Acknowledge your idea, very good idea. Remember.
Any further questions or comments, Ms. Cherry? A lot of information, great presentation. I was reading here that it says on system practice 1. That it is recommended that the school develop and implement written policies to clearly outline student enrollment, withdrawal, and application procedures. Is that something that's ongoing right now, or it's gonna be recommended?
Yes,
Starting?
that's a recommendation, but we're starting with our transcript reviews and looking into how this, one of the things that I'm thinking would be the best approach is that we should be able to make a vision and goal for Cyber Magnet. Okay, so that's I need to have a team for that. Once we get that team going, we would be looking into what's our vision really as a school. No matter how small the school is, it's still a school. We have a lot of lives there that's needing us. We need to make sure that we are on track with one vision. And of course, the vision should be aligned with the district's vision as well. So that's something that we are ongoing, thinking about the ways and how to do it, how to accomplish that.
Is this a recommendation for me to incorporate the students in trying to help develop that vision and mission? You know, obviously started with them and then bring in some team of administrators and educators and get it finalized. And then I just wanted to touch on the daily wellness checks. I think that's very important. It's very creative. You know, you can see, I guess the history of how a student comes to school feeling, if they continually feel sad or continually identify as being angry. So you could address those, but you know, we also work it down with our emotions, but that's really creative and nice to see in there. A lot of great information. I did catch it.
And if I may, President Flores, I started a storytelling with them at the beginning when I started my being the principal, but I couldn't keep up with the scheduling. So the stories would be like I take inspirational stories from actors, like even Jackie Chan, even basketball players, even Olympic champions. I get their stories and making sure that this is inspirational to them, to give them hope, to make sure that they get a lesson from that. I did have 2 or 3 sessions, but I think with restorative justice plus that strategy, that would be very helpful for our students.
Great. Well, thank you for this presentation and for the accomplishment. Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Definitely.
One last thought, when we were finishing up the bond campaign on Monday and Tuesday, there's a guy who owns a radio station. I said his name is Chris Munoz. He's open to speaking to any students high school about career paths and he has internships, so make a note of that. He's an El Prado superintendent. Maybe have his card.
Oh, thank you very much. Acknowledge that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so we have campus reports for review. We've got the Cal Middle School board report and the Charles High School campus board report, the board has any questions or comments, can you begin to Superintendent Layton on item 10 is our superintendent's report, Dr. Antonio Layton.
President Flores, three members of the board. So, first up, we have our district enrollments. And so we, have, as of October the 9th, 1,738 students, which compared to last year at this time, is a 21 student drop. But I will say the last report that I see was a 40, I believe it was a 41 student drop. So we have actually increased the drop by 19 students, so we still want to increase the amount of students that are attending our schools, but the comparison means that we're at least not dropping as much as we had from the prior year. What I can say is that in the hopes that now with the bond passing in the middle school and facilities, we may be encouraging more families to come into our school system. So that will be the hope. Up next, we have our TMSD average weekly attendance. These are attendance rates for the entire year as of last week. And so what we have here, obviously cyber, we have kudos because they always have the highest attendance rate. But as you can see, all the schools for the year so far have shown at 90% or above. The preliminary Innovistas data shows that we were at 89%, so currently our overall average is showing at 93%. So we are at 4% above what we are showing as last year's preliminary data. And so having said that, next up, of course, is which campus has the highest student attendance? And I know she's not here because she's out of town. Yeah, she wins again. Nachos wins at 91.8%. So that's her ass, so.
I don't know.
So, so of course, we will be, giving the high school attendance for our students at the next month. Now, having said that, not talking about the highest staff attendance. I wish we could just put it up here, but I know we're still having Wi-Fi. So I will say that the highest staff attendance for the month of October is Taos Middle School. 97%, so good job if you get it, it's really hard to finish. You can see at all the different schools, we have 2 at 96. We had 1 and 2 others that were at 95.
Yes,
So
that's awesome.
moving forward, foundational goal 2, educators, excellent. I just wanted to keep touching base with the site visits. Keep touching base with the site visits. As you can see in the presentation that you have in front of you, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different site visits. Some scheduled, some unscheduled, and again, this is just for the month of October. We have some from Ranchos at the high school. Soccer playoff was one of them. The last one that we had was unscheduled meeting with our student nutrition, security, maintenance, and custodial. In case they had any questions about the bond as it was coming up, we met at the high school library, just so we could clarify any information that they may have had. So those are the different site visits for October. And if we turn the page, you can see where we had the site visit at the high school library. And then, of course, the soccer game there with Coach Beta, Coach Alpine, and Diego as working on the security component of it. Next up, when we talk about family and community engagement, foundational goal 3, from the community stakeholder engagements, for the month, presented 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different events. Ranging from Ranchos to Enos, to even the last one at the radio station, which we just attended this past Monday and Tuesday. But all these are the different stakeholder events or engagements that I've been able to attend during the month of October. Of course, coupled with the site visits. Now, one note, we did get the invite at one of our meetings to go to TISA. And so that was for the Flamenco, I got there at the tail end of it, but, Director Greenwood was gracious enough to walk me across the campus and show me the different hallways and the playground. It was awesome.
You visited one of our state charters, thank you for that.
And of course, going back to, the radio station that we attended, on Tuesday, this is one of the nicer pictures that we have here. Where we had representatives from not only the board, the major schools, the high school, secondary, and Ms. Randall from my elementary. Go out to the radio stations and just promote or talk about the bond with the different radio stations, which was country, rock, Spanish, and pop.
Same picture.
And that concludes my presentation or superintendent's report. Of course, I stand for questions.
The board have any questions for Superintendent May regarding the presentation board?
Yes, I want to celebrate everyone here, guys. I know you're stoked. In fact, we're gonna all stand up and give everyone a hand of applause. You get it? You get it? You know, I think we're all here as elected officials on the board, and there is statute that we have to follow. I think you guys know the structures you have to follow as educators, your license, and the same for us. We were challenged in getting out of that lane, which wasn't fair, not at all. We persevered, we kept our head down. The Pueblo, we've got resources now. We'll see how when the rubber meets the road. But I just wanted to highlight, because I just think it was incredible, the meetings we had, we stayed, we met with the charters again. I thank President Mark for that, to listen to their concerns. Like I said, it was uncomfortable because I felt it was like telling us to speed and the speed limit said 55. We can't go past that, and the guys down the road with the radar. We can't do it. We got to stay in our lane. So I compliment superintendent. I compliment the board. The board electing 2 members to represent so we could stay the course. Everything was effective, community people, Mr. Lopez, Mr. Gilroy, Genevieve saying, yes, we want you guys to cross the line, and congratulations.
Thank you, Board Member King. I do want to echo Board Member King's comments. A lot of work went into getting that bond passed. The staff worked extra hard, engaging the community, the bond committee meetings, from the special meeting with the community, to hosting a meeting with the charter schools at the administration building. I want to thank Superintendent Leyen for persevering and, getting us through to the finish line. Definitely want to thank the community for getting out and voting. This bond is gonna be generationally impactful, gonna impact kids for many years to come. We're gonna be senior citizens and remembering all the hard work that went into it, and knowing that no blood, sweat, and tears went into providing our kids with new facilities and infrastructure. So just want to thank all school staff and all the faculty from the community that supported this bond. It's something that it's historic, extremely historic.
Amen.
President Flores, Vice President, members of the board, I didn't want to go without at least highlighting, I had a conversation with Linda this morning. I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit, Linda, but I had a conversation with her this morning just to get her input, because as a principal of middle school that will be new soon, but also knowing that her father had a big impact. And so, Linda, gonna put you on the spot. Just wanted you to share with the board what it meant for you when you saw the scores or when you saw the results. Of course, we know it's for everybody, but.
He wants me to cry. President Flores, members of the board, Dr. Dayton. Last year around this time is when I was looking at my phone and the PSFA was up talking, and I was looking and I heard Taos Middle School is up for a new school, and I looked up And I remember looking at him and he had this big smile and I thought, whatever, that's never good, that's not gonna happen. Because I didn't know the process that it would take to make it happen, and then as the months went by, there for a minute, it was silent. There was nothing about the new school, there was nothing, it wasn't, the board meetings would come and nothing was talked about, and then all of a sudden it started becoming a reality. And it wasn't until the nonsense that was happening on Facebook happened that I really started getting angry. Because it's not just my place of work. And it's not just somewhere that I go to every day because I get a paycheck from it, but it's something that I love. It's something that I've been there. Literally, when I was 4 and 5 years old, my dad would take me when they would play the Lopeses and him would play the basketball with the state police, and I would run up the halls, I'd run in the gyms. I grew up there. So in that video, when I say that I've seen the changes over the last 50 years. I'm not 50, but I'm almost there. It's true. I have seen how it's changed. I've seen the renovations. I've seen what they've done to the courtyard, but I've also seen that it's the same kitchen in the food science. It's the same labs that Maria and I and all of you guys probably sat in when we were in Mr. Lopez and Mr. Griego's science classes. And it's the same desk that Francis Hahn has his initials in. They literally are all the same. So, yesterday I put it on QAT and but the bonds from Santa Fe were coming up, the bonds from Albuquerque were coming up. I got on the Secretary of State website, and all of a sudden it popped up. And I thought, what in the heck? I took a screenshot, I sent it to him, and I said, so far so good, because I still didn't even know if all the precincts were in. And then people just started messaging me, and this morning he calls and makes me cry. And I walk into my office, I have a big picture of my dad there just because I didn't want to throw it away when we did the Veterans Day thing, but I looked at him and I kind of gave him a fist pump because he would be in awe of what it took. And thank you, all of you, because I know that all of you were put in a hard spot when it came to the division that was played out, and it shouldn't have been. And you guys, all of you took bullets for this, and it's not just mine, it's all of theirs. They're all gonna get a piece of it. But it's so important to me, and it's so important to the kids. I know the staff were really excited, and some of the kids were saying, well, we're not even gonna benefit from it. And I said, yes, you will. When you get to the high school, you're gonna benefit from it. But thank you. Thank you.
We're just starting. It's
I know
gonna be.
now the real work really does begin.
Yeah, President Mark said that, the real work starts, and it's true, I echo that, the people spoke. Superintendent texted me yesterday, it's for the people, and it was overwhelming, guys. I know for myself, it was a given. I mean, education is key, guys, and if you're not educated, you're someone's fool. You guys know that, and you see, it's sad when people realize that, you know what, there's a reason that you went to school, not just to eat, to learn. And you know, as Miss Malaki said, you understand, you get the consequences, and you build on that. You know, my daughter's a sophomore. I said, honey, in first grade, second grade, the math, there's a reason for you to learn your multiplication. It doesn't change. Memorize it. It doesn't change. And you build on top of that. So the kids, like I said on the radio, everyone's had a new pair of sneakers, hopefully. They're gonna be stoked to go to the new school. And that was one of my goals, was the high school, Miss Emmy. But I didn't know that the middle school was gonna, you know, we don't know how things get changed, but I guarantee you, it's gonna be a magnet.
Well, you know, I really want to give a lot of credit to TK Board, because I don't think the community, the middle school looks beautiful from the outside. Minus, you know, the stucco that's breaking and the cracks on the asphalt, but it looks like a beautiful school. Those videos that TK1 put out and the kids who came out in it really showcased what is happening in the school and how the teachers are bandaging it and bubble wrapping it and putting Band-Aids on it. But they really did an excellent job.
How many hits, Superintendent?
I believe we were almost at 16,000 views.
Wow.
That's awesome.
So, thank you.
Well, thank you everybody for your work. No one can we didn't hear a lot of, hear anything from, if there's a school year at House Pueblo and has the funds come in, if there's a way that we can help support House Day School, I would really like the school district to look into that, we heard everything from all the state charters and everybody under the sun who wanted money, but we never heard anything from House Day School and they very important to the community, so that's not psych or attack us. Sure. Okay, moving right along is item 11, foreign policy review. We have our Kiwa language program and instruction. Superintendent Lane, are we gonna be, this is just for informational and keeping us abreast of policy. So we have a policy here that is to solidify through policy the continued commitment and support by Taos Municipal Schools and Taos Municipal School Board of Education of the Kiwa language and Kiwa language programs. So we actually have within our policy, the policy that supports the Kiwa language program. And I'm just gonna go ahead and read it. It's not very long. It's our policy I-2950 IHDE, Kiwa language program and instruction. Taos Municipal Schools and the Taos Municipal School Board of Education are committed to supporting the revitalization of the Kiwa language for Taos Pueblo tribal members attending the Taos Municipal Schools by offering a Kiwa language program in the schools in collaboration with Taos Pueblo. The Kiwa language program is 100% under the purview of Taos Pueblo for the content delivered by 520 licensed Kiwa language instructors. 520 licensed language instructors, I guess, what is it?
That's the classification, the licensure code.
Thank you, Dr. Royale. In accordance with the guidelines specified in educational standards of New Mexico, Taos Municipal Schools will assure to honor and respect the Taos Pueblo Kiwa language program guidelines of the Kiwa language in the public schools and provide the opportunity for Kiwa language to be taught in the school. So we have a board policy review at every board meeting. Today we reviewed the Kiwa language policy. This was first enacted in 2024-2025 under Superintendent Layan and this school board. So it's awesome to see that, and thank you for putting this in here. Moving right along with item 12, new business. 12.1 is discussion, consideration, and approval of the revised TQ's 2025-2027 collective bargaining agreement. Dr. William Royale, Director of Human Resources.
Good evening. You approved the collective bargaining agreement in June with the provision and gentleman's agreement that we would come back and negotiate on Article 14, which begins on page 32. You should have a copy in your packets. Yeah. Okay. So this, it goes a long way. It goes from page 32 to page 42. There's a lot and it's rich text. But so what I'd like to do is call your attention to Article 14.1.2 on page 33 regarding personal leave use. And the main thing there would be that third paragraph, once the school year begins, people can use a certain amount of their personal leave time up to once a year. But they're required to have a balance after this year. This year it's 8 days, but they must have built up 10 days of personal leave. So the way we calculate it, they'd have to serve for 3 years to build that up and not use all their leave each year. So you've got people that are vested in the community, they've proven themselves in the schools. And this gives them a chance if they have a family event and they need to go away for a week, whether it be a wedding or a funeral or whatever. As long as they give proper notice, they can take 4 or 5 consecutive days. As long as they keep their immediate supervisor informed. You cannot combine that with sick leave, all the other types of leave. This is just personal leave. And it'll be on a first come, first requested basis. If it comes in at the same time, then seniority will prevail. And the union was very grateful for that. But again, just this year, because we're so late into the year, they only have to have 8 days balance. But come next school year, after July 1, they have to have accumulated those 10 days. Okay, so you've got, this really rewards people for longevity. I've done my time. You know what, my son graduated from college. I need to go. Or my son's getting married, or those kind of significant events where people need to take time off. And it allows them to use those personal days, and not be penalized. As long as they continually communicate, they're good. Pre-schedule it. If you get up, something happens, car accident or whatever, you can go, and it's not gonna hurt. Does that make sense? Okay. Did you want to add anything?
Now, I can summarize pretty much. We worked with the union on extending the 30 minutes of the day. It was part of this agreement, that this was an important one, was one was the leave payout at retirement. That was to incentivize our retirees who have been here for many years. And so, and that was also one of the requests of the board. So, one of the agreements that was done between the union and management is the 25% of the daily rate max for 100 days. And that was specific to the professional. And the other non-professionals was 40% of their daily rate max at 100 days. And so that was one of the give and take that management and union was beginning to help keep our staff here, but at the same time honor the fact that they've given many days. And they can't just get it just like that. They have to have criteria set specifically before they can even qualify for a leave payout at retirement. We looked at the data.
That's on page 39 at the bottom. Review.
We looked at how many, look back and about 200 per year, depending upon their retirement, but this was a big, recruitment tool as well, because if we find staff members that want to stay for the long term, they know that there is an incentive for them to keep here for the long haul, and if you're not absent, you have this potential to get a certain percentage. The other one is, we finalized a sick leave bank. Leave donation, so it's not just a sick leave bank that come apart, you have to donate. If you need more days because of an illness that you weren't anticipating, depending on the severity, heart attack to simple breaking of a leg, you can request more days. But it is on a sick leave bank, so everybody donates a day or two, and from that point, there's a pool to fulfill. And in that particular case, it's not just one person or administration, but a committee that's put together by staff, by union, and by teachers to decide whether to approve the additional sick leave back from this particular one. But you do have to do a contribution. It's not just you're automatically in. And so those were big points that we were able to work with the union, but also try to touch base on some of the recruitment efforts to ensure that we keep teachers here for the long haul. Not just to keep the teachers and staff for the long haul. Dr. Rowe, did you have any more?
I was just gonna mention 14.15 at the bottom of page 41. It goes across the health and wellness case.
That is correct. That was one of the things in talking, getting feedback from not just the staff, but also administration of the board, was how could we also help our staff and things like that. The health and wellness space, so teachers, so there's a certain amount of days you have to put in, but we'll have teachers and staff, we'll have up to 1 day per semester that they can take for health and wellness. And there are criteria that you have to notify a certain time frame, but each of our staff does get an opportunity to have a health and wellness.
And again, there was a concession because we're so far in. Normally it would run between September 15 and November 15 for the fall, February 15 to April 15 in the spring, but because this year we're going to give everybody until November 5th. Part of the reason for waiting until, say, September 15th is we got to get the school year up and going. Let's get the kids in a routine, make sure they're okay, and then usually about week 6, week 7 is when people start getting a little funny. Similarly, the reason we cut it off, and usually in November is that's the end of the semester, particularly for the high school. They're getting ready for their semester exams, credit, those that are half credit courses. You're trying to wind down the semester. So what we didn't want also to happen, the union acquiesced is you can't take the last day of the semester. That's when grades are due kind of thing. Oh, I've got a flight out. I get a cheaper flight. Nah, that's not your health and wellness. We all have a job to do. So, the union did understand. We got to open the school semester. We got to get it up and go and get everybody stable, and then we'll do that. Most people start the semester, they tend to be refreshed. And similar, when you're closing out a semester, you need all hands there because the kids can get squirrely. I understand that. You know, the little guys in the elementary get all excited because they're coming up to the holiday. But high school kids as well, you need to finish that semester strong. You need to get those grades in. This senior year, your fall semester grades can determine whether or not you're going where you want to go. You got to keep that door open. And so it does help keep the kids focused. But I think it's a fair agreement.
Vice President Sprague.
Yeah, thank you, President Perez. Maybe this is a Dr. Layton question. I'd like you to elucidate, if you would, please, on the accruing leave time till retirement. We've had some issues with that. And is it a different class if it's an admin person? You're just talking about staff. Is that right?
Yeah, I just think this will apply to everybody.
It applies to admin. Well, my understanding was it's not legal to, you have to take leave in the year that you earn it. We had talked about before. Is that wrong?
That may not be complete. There's nothing illegal about accruing. In fact, even prior to this year, you could accrue time. And you would have sick leave that would, or personal that would turn into sick leave, and you could accrue over time, but there's none of legality.
Is that the same with the superintendent contract?
No, mine is a complete.
So that's the difference, you know.
Well, he's under his own contract.
So the superintendents are not.
Yeah, management.
Well, it depends on what's negotiated with the contract. It depends.
Yeah.
It can be, but it's just part of what is dependent on the contract review of the superintendent, but that's separate from CBA.
Yeah, okay, I just needed to hear that.
So are those points that.
Those are the between Dr. Layton and I, we covered the main points that I thought, and he thought the board would need to be informed on. So, through the superintendent recommendation, that we've got a technical agreement or a gentleman's agreement, through Gino and Mr. Hunt to proceed. We just need the board to approve it. Need the two autographs on this side, and then I can chase down Francis and his crew this week.
Everything has been in the process of this meeting.
What's your recommendation, superintendent?
Board President Flores, Vice President Sprague, members of the board, recommend approval of the revised two views 25 to 27 for the agreement Article 14 as it pertains to legal, as presented by Dr. Royal and myself.
I'll make a motion to approve the revised TPU's 2025-2027 collective bargaining agreement presented.
Second.
Second, Vice President Sprague, open roll.
Board Member Concha? Yes. Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trizell?
Yes.
Vice President Sprague?
Yes.
President Flores?
All right, we got three more items. 12.2, discussion and possible approval for repaving of Montanati Street by Cutler. Repaving in the amount of $47,411.25.
For a leave, yeah.
Mr. One.
Yeah, that's
Good evening, President Flores, Governor Bayard, members of the college and superintendent meetings. Tonight, I'm here to discuss with you, approval of repaving for Manzanares Street, which is owned by the district. If you're not familiar, Manzanares is the street that runs on the south side of the admin building between Enos and the administration. So it's used for pickup and drop off for Enos or the childhood, but it's also a public roadway that's open to the public. It's a one-way, two-lane road, paved, striped, has two crosswalks on it. This is not the entire roadway. We're only going to be doing about 630 620 feet of the roadway that's deteriorated really bad. The other portion of it was done not too long ago, so it's in good shape. The reason we're doing this, we're not gonna do this year. We're bringing it to the board because we want to encumber this money and lock this pricing in. Part of this pricing is, we're saving on mobilization costs because Cutler repaving will be back up here in the spring to do work for the DOT. And at that time, they've indicated that they'll do this in a couple of days. It goes quick. It's a mill and overlay process, so they're only removing 1.5 inches of asphalt. And then they're just reapplying a new layer on top. The current roadway is actually pretty bad. The asphalt's crumbling, it's falling, you've got ruts, potholes, and just, it's crumbling pretty bad, so. It's something that's probably never been maintained or never, hasn't been paid in many years, so. This proposal that I've attached to your agenda is for $47,411.25. This will come out of our SB9, our contractual services, and we're gonna split that cost between Enos and admin, so those will be contributing to that. Yes, sir. So Olympia, for future reference, I know that road because I take it all the time. And it's a one-way, I've got to leave the administration office. Are you able to do like an aerial for us next time so we can see it? So if you could just give me a description visually so I can, is it like with a fence set where everyone stops right there? It's actually at the first crosswalk that crosses from admin to. Okay, yeah. The early childhood. That's in there. Yeah, from there to the Don Fernando. Okay. So 600 feet, 600. Yeah, and they just did our neighborhood Weimer. I said, appreciate it. That's the President Mark. They were quick. Yeah, they are fast. But I went to college in Kansas, so I always noticed the Kansas truck, so yeah, they worked hard.
And this is a state price agreement?
This is under the state pricing agreement, yes, sir, and that is attached to the agenda as well, so yes.
I have a question for him. Would you double check again, only because this is a project and I don't remember clearly if what GRT were to pay, if it's them where they're housed, because it's a project, or if it is, as you've indicated, the Taos City GRT.
I believe it's where the work is being done.
It's where the work, yeah, they wouldn't do it in Kansas,
No, that's not the issue. The issue is where they're situated as a project. Sometimes that, please double check for me.
Yes, I'll double check on that.
So what are you explaining?
With certain projects, the GRT that is paid is at their place of business, And sometimes it's at like here, as noted here, that it's going to be done here in the towns. So my question is, just double check, make sure that when you pay the GRT, that you clear it with them, that it is where it needs to be paid, just to be sure.
Will do.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Spade, members of the board, I recommend approval for repaving of Montanales Street by Cutler repaving in the amount of $47,100.45. As presented by Megan Supervisor Nikki Montalban.
Would any member of the board like to make a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion to approve the Cutler repaving in the amount of $47,411.25 as presented by Mr. Montalban.
I'll second it.
You got a motion in a second?
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trizio,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice hat.
12.3, discussion, consideration, and possible approval of short-term investment. Dr. Rainier Martins.
Good evening, Governor from the Park and Pueblo, of the community, President, Vice President, Secretary, board members. We have had in the last meeting 3 presentations about 3 options. For you.
There. Right.
So Morton is number 1, so in a nutshell, it's we confirmed the 70 average of 3.94%.
No, President Martin. What kind of money are we gonna be investing?
I propose to the superintendent around about $10 million. So he has 7 months to go, so to speak, so I expect to generate with the state government around about $220,000 to $250,000, depending on how the next interest rates of the federal government goes, but it was down and it's therefore obviously lower, but nobody can predict that, I believe. But will leave us oscillating with the cash on hand. This cash is on hand because it's overnight, but still cash on hand in our hands, between 3 and 4 million, also oscillating at the beginning of the month. The SEG payment hits our account, it's $2 million more. Then it goes down. Every payroll is around about $1.1 million. Plus, RFRs need to be financed. We get RFRs in, we get RFRs out. Of course, now when Marcus starts to really spend big time money, we need to revisit our cash situation. Because if you have to finance $50 million from 11,000, that will be challenging. So I'm curious to know how NMFA is working this. And the bill hits us, do they pay the bill, do we pay the bill, how does that really work?
Another question, are they placing it like in a money market type of environment, the New Mexico State Treasurer?
Honestly, I don't know the answer to that, because the state statute just says that this combining of local government funds is cemented in our state statute. Okay. How the state treasurer now the investment strategy, what we follow is not transparent.
The probably pool.
Yes, no, it's a big pool of money because all local governments can participate. But as you might know, what it was more even on the table because Zuni grants and other school districts and also towns, I believe, have was experience with Morton. On the other side, we look at what the state treasurer provides us, simply better.
A lot better. No, it was the town and the county used to. That's why.
But Morton is certainly better than what town school district realized in all these years prior. So that's for sure.
Well, again, you've done your homework and I appreciate that and thank you.
Would you like to make a motion to your order?
Maybe.
Brilliant.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to make a motion then to. Okay.
We're gonna be agenda and follow that.
Resolution of urgency.
Okay, with, I'd like to make a motion as approved, and not approved as recommended by our superintendent. Board resolution of authorization for, no, that's not it. What are you? You confused me.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna start all over again. I'd like to make a motion as presented to the school board that, upon the recommendation of our finance director, Dr. Martin, that, the district has an opportunity to improve its interest producing cash investment. 3 vendors were asked to provide proposals. And, Morton, the 3 vendors passed the NMSA statute requirements. Morton confirmed a 7-day average is 3.94% on 10/28/2025 with overnight availability. The second was the New Mexico State Treasurer published a current daily net rate of 4.205% on 10/28/2025 with overnight availability. Third, Sentinel Bank offered a 30-day 3.5% on 10/22/2025 with 7-day availability. Therefore, the highest return on investment can be secured through the state treasurer and the funds are available overnight. The state treasurer option is codified in 6-10-10.1 local government investment pool created distribution of earnings report of investments. Thus, it is recommended approving the investment availability cash with the state treasurer program local government investment pool. So, what do I do now?
Recognition.
Make the motion that can be approved.
We have a second?
Second.
All right, approval.
Thank you.
Board Member Concha? Yes. Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trillo?
Yes.
Vice President Spring? Yes. President Flores?
Yes. Okay, our last big item on the agenda is 4.4. Discussion, consideration, and possible approval of board resolution of authorization for Sentinel Bank. Dr. Rainier Martin, Director of Finance.
This is simply for bring us to bring into our operational shape. As you know, currently 2 external accountants contractors have access to Centennial Bank. I do not have the same, actually I have less power than an external consultant. Internal control processes, I question them if that's was all actually or it was just out of need or desperation due to the high turnover in finance. Which number one, myself and the assistant director to shadow each other's with the same rights. So the reason is, an example, I will have to visit my mother who's already 5 years old in Germany over Christmas. I'm therefore not here. There must be somebody else with the same power, and me, that's my assistant director. And then the other persons were asked, specifically June Segura and Doreen Martinez, we need access to that, to an example, upload the ACH files to pay all the payrolls. One person needs to upload these files, the second person needs to approve it. So uploading Doreen, June, again, both are working in payroll and benefits, they share each other. Both need to be able to upload data, and Nicole and I need to be able to approve the data. And then, of course, I asked to remove the external consultants. Again, out of internal control reasons, it's my belief it does not make sense that external are able to remove all these millions of dollars. And yeah, that's basically, I would appreciate if you would support me to clean this up.
Yeah, certainly.
There's more.
Secretary Short.
I see that you're including a positive pay feature in the cash management service. That is excellent. That is a very, I think it was recommended by our auditors that it be implemented, and we spoke about that. So I see that, and again, with ACH transactions, there are of utmost security. I mean, that anything can happen with ACH. So again, the scrutiny behind them should be well noted.
Regarding ACH payments, so as discussed with the state auditor and with the auditors, and it's not on this topic here, no. We will be implementing exactly what the state auditor recommended, the dual approval of any ACH data. And then, of course, with a manual backup and a checklist, when is this data updated and how? So not that anybody can send an email, change my data, it doesn't work like that. And when we go into this direction, I would like to present back to the audit committee to discuss it in detail. That we know, okay, checks and ACH payments are safe and unsafe depending on who's the attacker. So both have strengths, both has weaknesses. So the question is, how can we mitigate the weaknesses of each method?
Vice President Brady.
Thank you for the voice. I have a couple. I have a question that says resolution number 26-3 question marks. Is there some reason it's not a resolution, a real number? Like, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I didn't have the resolution number, so I provided it my supervisor, and I hope that was updated.
Do we
Because I
have-
simply didn't know what the number is.
Once we complete the process. And
And it will be on, okay. The other thing is, I think you have a spelling error in the fourth bullet point down. I believe Carol's last name is Gonzalez, not Gomez. Is that correct?
That can be, yes, I apologize.
Would you fix that too?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
important.
Appreciate
Just
it.
make a note of that. We're gonna pass this.
Yeah, I did do
Yeah,
that.
just put it, make it Gonzalez. Noted.
Okay, thank you. President Forrest.
All right, Superintendent May, do you have a recommendation?
Based on the August, Vice President Brady, members of the board, recommend approval of the board resolution of authorization for Central Bank as presented by Dr. William Martin, Director of Finance.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion for the approval of the board resolution represented 26 dash. Final resolution number to be determined upon approval with the correction of Carol Gomez to Carol Gonzalez. So there's a motion for approval of board resolution 26 dash. To be determined authorization to such an outdate.
Second,
We have a second from Board Member King. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
yes.
Secretary Tupia,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes, okay, future topics is board items for next meeting.
Yes, President Mark, well, not future topic, but we have a meeting of us seeing all the sites.
Yes,
So if you could, send out an email to everyone, we need to go down and see all the sites. You guys weren't on the bond committee, so I think everyone needs to see the
Yeah.
condition of.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah.
President Mark and I, right, so you know what's happening. And they'll coordinate that. What was the other one? Oh, yeah, we need to make a special meeting, guys. We'll check with council with Elena, but we need to have a meeting like we did with the bond for the community to talk to us with their concerns with the audit, according to the audit, because there are gonna be a lot of people upset. I think we gotta sit and take the black and set the record straight.
okay, we'll talk to legal and see what.
Yeah, we all meet when it's finally official, so it's not, people are not rumor mongering, you know. That wasn't on our watch.
Do you mean an open meeting or do you mean a?
No, open meeting, no, yeah, people come, we set a date that everyone could. So we just, you know, we need to be transparent about that.
Right.
Any other future topics?
Oh.
If anything does come up, send an email to superintendent. Get put on the agenda. Item 14.1 is upcoming, 14 is upcoming council school board meeting. Our next regular school board meeting is November 19th 2025, 6 P M. At the boardroom. Prior to adjourning, I just want to thank Lieutenant Governor Montoya and Taos Pueblo for hosting us. Thank you for allowing us to stay as late as we are. And we always look forward to these meetings, look forward to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
So fire fixing is adjournment, so moved to adjourn.
Where's Governor, Polchak?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Secretary Steele and Vice President is ready, for this document to fill out of your, what document is that? I'm gonna-